and how the human failure can avoid a potential incident or a scenario which leads to loss of life or damage to the property. So, opportunity comes with us with difficult times. So this one was introduced by us. So we know today we have technology. During COVID, when the requirement was to monitor the health of people, and we have the infrared thermometers available. When we cross, you can do facial recognition. So we introduced this on our rigs, installing a camera which has got infrared thermal imaging. It sees the person, recognizes temperature, and any abnormal temperature, the email is going to the rig medic and the YM. This person detected higher temperature, so he is called for another assessment with the doctor. So then we are ensuring that everybody on the rig is safe and healthy. So extending further, on a rig, especially on offshore rig, what is primarily important is the ability to muster people and take decisions to evacuate or, leave the installation. So we need a real-time POV muster management. So if this is something which we are work in progress. Have 2 cameras in live boats. When a person comes in, you can monitor his data, and the cameras are both the live boat stations. The guy goes and shows his face, he's all ticked off. So in the control room, the command center, the YM can quickly interrupt who is missing. Today, many times it's lost in the decision making of the YM to go and identify who's missing, where was this guy, what is the name. So it's a challenging task, and this technology, we feel it will work in a short, near future, where we can try to decide the evacuation of the rig in case any uncertain event on the rig. On the rig is full of energy sources. The rig is full of energy sources of various types, and the rig floor is a center where we constantly see energies of momentum, gravitational force, pressure, radioactive. There are so many sources. And we define red zones are defined on the rig where the potential of injury is high, where there's a movement between the traveling block, there's a movement between the hydra racker or any machines. So if we install 2 cameras at 2 different aspects which can monitor the movement of people, it can flash the driller and he can intervene when a machine operated condition. Going further, I think many of us have done it sitting on the well mouth or in the flow channel looking at whether the flow is coming or not coming. Today's technology is enabled to detect what is the flow. It can trend. You can do fingerprinting. Otherwise, you go and sit there and monitor, use the graph. Today, the computer, machine language can enable you minimize the human exposure. Also give advanced information to the driller about something is wrong with the flow. Are you aware of it? Today, we have PVD systems to do that. But flow trending, flow checks can be done more accurately and with the minimum people interface at the actual location. Another area where the constant exposure of human is there is a shale shaker. We have a shale shaker man sitting there monitoring the cuttings, any change in cuttings, the cuttings are coming, not coming, the flow is adequate, inadequate. So camera sitting there at the camera, all the shale shakers can tell you there's a change in the cutting size, there's a change in the flow, which can exactly quickly respond. Today, otherwise, the driller overlooks on a PVT chart or the mud logger misses out. Still, this camera is another tool which can help you and also minimize that guy sitting there at the shale shaker looking for any abnormal changes. Then I apologize for the heading is wrong. I apologize for that. So on the other one is the crane. When the crane operator is sitting in the crane, he's many times doesn't have a clear view about who is moving under this the load area. So there are cameras which can trigger sitting on the boom tip, which can show you the unnecessary movement of people around the area, which can minimize and alert him. Even if he's caught off guard, there's alarm coming up to him so that he can take controls and minimize that. Today, with iron roughnecks are replacing the old conventional iron roughnecks working on the tongs. So again, there's a lot of time wastage and potential because it's a hydraulic one. The guys have to go put the iron roughneck, operate it manually, closes it. There are a lot of pinch points. So one potential area which could work is having sensors which can tell you exactly automatically minimize the human intervention to go. The driller can sit there and move the iron roughneck, adjust the position, and minimize the human intervention in tripping.
Mr. Ramesh, you have 3 minutes more, right?
I'm almost done, sir. So these are some of the thoughts. So why I'm bringing up is these are ideas which we can take from, these are some examples, and some of them are some concepts, ideas, and many drilling contractors and companies across the globe are already working towards many of these areas. And I'm throwing this as idea. There are many people, service companies, and many drilling fraternities sitting here. So this is not the end of it. So we can still continue to look for areas where we can put our efforts on our vision to create a lot of opportunities. Because typically when you saw digitalization, we know real-time management, RTDMA, where it's more of a downhole specific. But on the surface, as a drilling contractor, there's still more areas which I would leave the forum open. And this is just an area to kick the idea into our minds how we can evolve in the next decade to improve the efficiency and safety of people working on our rigs, which predominantly has been labor-intensive, manual labor, and very, very hazardous. That's all I have. Any questions?
Well, absolutely wonderful. That was a very insightful presentation on our futuristic E&P drilling rigs. Ramesh, before I ask the audience, I would like to ask a few questions. You talked about risk competency, right? You can make n number of standard operating procedures, n number of manuals. Unless you work on the people's risk appetite, because we are tend to get our appetite for the risk. So how to build the risk competency along with this future-ready rigs?
So the risk competency is determined primarily of the human behavior.
Human behavior.
Yeah. So why do I behave the way I behave? Is because I have certain beliefs, certain attitudes, some of my personal characteristics. And how to break or build upon it is coming by the culture of how the organization creates. As organization, if you have a culture where you can nurture the people's belief, or mold the belief of the people to be a risk, how to see risk as a risk. Otherwise, this is only I'm doing one time, I can do it. So these kind of smaller activities, the culture, how we as leaders of the drilling industry drive the culture of the organization to put the risk competence of the people. That is very important.
Absolutely right. And so parallelly, we should work to build moral ethics and values among our workforce so that they are working right when nobody is watching. Is that right?
Absolutely correct, Ajit.
Now the house is open for the questions here. Anybody?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll invite.
Sorry.
Oh, thanks, Ramesh.
Sorry, I had a question.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, somebody had a question.
Sorry, just a very quick one, Mr. Ramesh. Thank you very much. It was very, very insightful presentation, and I think your company, Foresight, is very well named because the topics involve a lot of foresight and thinking about how we develop in the future. My name is Tom Donnelly. I'm with a training company, Aberdeen Drilling School. We are heavily involved, and thanks in great measure to IADC's initiatives in promoting the importance of human factors in the technical training that we do. I just wondered if you have any thoughts specifically on, you mentioned behaviors, and how do you think we can best drive that culture change that you've just been talking about? The training that we are involved in now involves simulation, drilling simulation, but also monitoring things like leadership qualities, communication, situation awareness, and things like that. I just wondered if you had any thoughts from Foresight on how we can best take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I think, yes, today's challenge is how to build the competency of people. With the sudden splurge in activity, and there is a vacuum of talent, actually. A lot of talent over the last 6-7 years has retired, and then today we're struggling. Talent building and developing is a key thing, and in Foresight, we are trying to create a lot of avenues how to build the talent. Today, I think every company has got their own strategy of developing talent. I don't have an exact answer how we are actually gearing up for the time. Actually, we started this whole race a bit late. I'm sure there are other contractors who have taken a lead. But again, it is an industry expertise. I would request IADC Southern chapter, also SCA chapter also, we need to dwell a little more how to build the talent here. India is full of talent. Today, our qualified knowledge base is very high. How to make it user-friendly for our drilling industry is one thing we need to deliberate more and build upon it. Definitely, we have support from institutes like you, Aberdeen Drilling School, or from Maersk Academy. We're working with them. Right now, it's all very nascent stage, how to do it, because again, we need people who are really hands-on right now. How to create that in a short time is a challenge.
Well, with that, thank you, Mr. Ramesh.
Thank you, Ajay.
We can discuss all our queries on the sidelines of the conference.
Yeah.
And I would like to invite the next
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatraman. Moving forward, as we continue our session with HSE and ESG, we would now like to call on stage Mr. Mohammad Anwar Momin, QHSE Manager, Shelf Drilling India Division and IADC SE Chapter Head HSE, to present on ESG sustainability. Anwar started oil field career in 1987 on a jack-up rig in Mumbai High as a roustabout and moved up the ladder as driller, transferred to Houston HSC department, doing HSC audit globally. Countries that he's worked includes Gulf of Mexico, North Sea, Aberdeen, Nigeria, Egypt, Saudi, Thailand, Indonesia. He did various roles in HR, including training, recruitment, and now a QHSE. Being with Shelf Drilling, including legacy company Sedco Forex Schlumberger, Transocean for last 31 plus years, and overall in the oil industry experience of 35 years. May we please invite him on stage?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. How's the Josh? Thanda chal raha hai. So sorry about that. That's my way of running the presentation. I don't like one-way communication. So I like to start upon with ESG. These are the following. We have the HSE vision, which creates an environment which results in incident-free where no one gets hurt. We firmly believe that by doing the right things, and we have these 3 pillars of protect yourself, protect your team, and protect your asset environment. These are 3 things I'm going to talk about: ESG, sustainability, followed by sustainability initiatives, what we are doing. Yeah? So let me go first on the ESG. When the word comes ESG, what comes in your mind? I know it's a very new topic for everyone, not a very known subject as such. I'm sure with the HSE department who would be there, we'll be thinking, you know, these other countries where HSE is called as SHE also, Safety, Health, Environment. Some place called HSEES, which talks about securities and many things are added. But when you see as ESG, the first thing comes in your mind is politics. Thank you, Kurt. Talking about ESG, when this was launched way back in 2021 in Shelf Drilling, we started this. Let me walk you through this quickly. It gives you a picture of a green globe. Yeah? This is where we are thinking in that direction, because E stands for environment, S stands for social, and G stands for governance. It's not purely everything about green, green, green. There are many 2 other elements which does talked about, and I'm going to make an attempt here in this short presentation to get the awareness. Sorry, I cannot give you a full elaborated one because the time allotted is only 15 minutes. I'd like to see how much I can get into your attention here. So ESG criteria is used for the conscious investors and shareholders to screen investments and assess as a company impact to the world. As you know that we are listed on Oslo, a shell-drilling stock exchange, so we have to be complying with that, and that's where it's all governing it. Rather than reading all this, I'll move to the interesting facts. This is where the rating starts, yeah? If we think of the market as a Formula One race with profit representing how fast our car goes, then our ESG's performance is how we conduct ourselves a business. So this is going to tell us how we are doing our business, the ESG rating. And in this is the rating. And let me go furthermore to elaborate in a detailed one. So just highlighted this thing. It has these 3 circles if you look at. This is the ESG rating we're talking about. How this rating comes, I'll show you in the next upcoming slide, where it talks about there are pillar scores, which talks about environment, social, governance, followed by theme scores. Every element has 4 parts of it. Let's go look like this. So it starts with pollution, resource use, ecological footprint, climate change. So that will go under environment, yeah? Moving on, social, it talks about health and safety. This is where a very interesting thing comes in. When we talk about ESG, we only think about globally, but here it talks about your safety performance. How's your TRIR? How many people you've been hurting? What spill you have done? How much is, spilling over the oceans and polluting the oceans? All this will be recorded and documented here. Customer responsibility, community impact, and labor standards. Then the next one goes with the governance, which talks about the shareholder rights, risk management, tax transparencies, anti-corruptions, and all good this thing. This also talks about the bribery, the code of conduct, how you run your business. It's all going to look into that aspect. Yeah? Let me know if I'm too fast, because then I can slow down. So let's look at each elaboration, which we just talked about these 4 parameters, and everyone now lifts into each one. So if you talk about the environment, it talks about the climate change, carbon emissions, air and water pollutions, biodiversity, deforestations, energy efficiency, waste management, and recycling. Then we can look at all those things in the other 2 different ones. That's social, which talks about data protection, gender diversity, employee engagement, and governance talks about the board compositions, audit committees, bribery and corruptions, employee compensations, whistleblower schemes. There's something where, it's on shelf-drilling rig, if you go, there's a poster there, we have a contact number. You just call that number, and any grievances you have with anyone on the rig saying that they have taken some money to recruit somebody or something is not right, the supply chain is not good, you can easily call. And this is non-trackable, means who called, they will not disclose that, but the flags would be raised against the person, and that person would be looked upon it. Let's talk about sustainability now. That's the next one in line, which very common. Everyone talks about sustainability nowadays. So let's look at what sustainability has to give to us. In sustainability, it's nothing but, if you look at these people, profit, and planet, the intersection part is sustainability, so which is a part of everything, how you do our business and how you make ourselves profitable, right? These are the UN sustainability goals set by them. There are 17 of them. These goals are set, if you look at starting with no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, and many, many more. But I was speaking with Mr. Darialji offline and talking about this diversity and talking about the sustainability. Some companies, you must be already doing it. But as I mentioned, to 2021 October, almost 2 years now, we have launched this ESG program in our company where we are tracking this and having on a dashboard where all the data is getting in, and we are getting all those scorecards, which I'm going to show in a minute. And these are not, all 17 would be applicable to your company. But certain, if you look at it, we might be already doing it. Talking about safety, yeah, we already have plans, which talks about goal 0, no hurting people, yeah, it's there. Something is talking about the environment spill, how are we managing all the spills and other things, and many more. So let's look at this in more detail. As the CEO of ONGC was talking about, the every 4th vehicle is EV. So going by these statistics pulled up from the beautiful Google Net, you can see there are many companies who are committed by 2050, they'll have 0 carbon emission. Means, as Kurt rightly mentioned, there would be fossil fuel would be out of their industry, something like that in that directions. Whereas certain players, they have something reduction plan, such as BP and other things. Just to give you a highlight that this is the way going forward, people are looking in the directions. Yeah. So this is where, for example, I was just talking about, it should not be only talking things, what shelf drilling is doing. So if you go to a shelf drilling, this is a common portal. No login required. Anyone having access to internet can go to shelf drilling website, and this is the page. You can see that sustainability management page is there. And that down below there, shelf drilling sustainability report 2022. Every year they publish the report, which is open to the general public to look at how was the performance of the shelf drilling during the last year with regards to ESG. But before I read that, I just like to focus upon this statement. As shelf drilling, we define sustainability as the achieving commercial profitability in a way that is consistent with our fundamental ethical values and with respect to individual and the environment and society. So if you have this ethics in your business, I'm sure it's very easy to comply to this ESG and getting to the sustainability. So this is just a snapshot of our yearly report 2022. As I mentioned, it talks about, and we have these 4 key areas we focus on. Health safety, this is 2022, by the way. Talks about that our TRIR was the best in the class so far, till date achieved in the industry. For us is 0.16 with 23 rigs, have 0 recordable incident. Means no hurt, no injuries to those rigs where they're operating, with 71,000 hours of safety training. Just to highlight you, while I'm standing on this IADC platform, we have been 8 years in line with IADC's training program, which we are following on our rigs. Yeah? People and society, we have 3,900 employees from 54 countries. 26% are women across the offices and 90% national workforce. Climate environment, 5.5% annual reduction in scope 1. So if you go to this environment thing, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, you'll see those words. Scope 1 purely decide on how's the fuel used on your rig. It could be your engines, which you're using it, fuel for the engines, fuel for the wireline units you've been giving to them. These are all things would be calculated on that. Yeah? And scope 3 would be the fuel used for rig moves by the boats, which is not directly used by you, but by the boats. Yeah? That kind of thing. Responsible business conduct, talking about zero tolerance, and these are things. This is the score I'm talking about, CDP. Yeah? Carbon Discade projects, which talks about how much is your score. And this is an international thing, which talks about B, and ESG 1000 is scoring of A. This is the score you get, and if you have a good score, chances of you being the market leader. And among, Kurt, correct me, of 200 companies, we are 30th number. So it's in a good rank, we are managing that. The last one, this is a very interesting one coming. That's hardly 2 slides left and we are done. Sustainability initiative. So since we are in India, I'm talking only about India now. I have a small music for that. Yeah?
मिले सुर मेरा तुम्हारा तो सुर बने हमारा.
Okay, cut off music, that's it. Okay, so we know that we are all our drilling contractors are here with us. We go joint safety meeting, we have these 10 safety rules, which we are following. We are on 7th rule right now. So we are doing this, by doing this, what we are doing? We are achieving the sustainability. We are heading in that direction by not hurting many people on our rigs. No hurt, zero hurt. Yeah, that's one of them. Then 14,001. As you know, in India, for a contractual requirement, you need to be ISO certified. One of them is 14,001. What is it? Nothing but talking about the environment, how you take care of it, how you dispose your dirty oil from your rigs, what's your sewage treatment plant, are they working, functioning or not? All those good things have been looked upon this in 14,001. And the last one is rainwater harvesting. This is something initiative I would like to highlight here. It's not that I'm greasing here, but Mr. V.V. Prasad, in one of the joint safety meeting in the before monsoon, was asked by all drilling contractors how much you have to harvest the rainwater. And there will be award for the rig which will have the highest rainwater collected on the rig. And I'm sure, do you know what is the figure here? How much barrels of rainwater as a shell drilling average 9 rig operation must have saved it? Any guess? It is almost 1,500 barrels plus. So that's a very great achievement which we can give back to ONGC to use it. Yeah, that's good. And Dadialji, I'm waiting for the gift to be coming for the best saving the potable rainwater harvesting. Yeah. And as I mentioned, like Swachh Sagar portal. This is another thing which is an initiative by ONGC. By reporting any used oil coming off from the rig, your garbages, your plastic waste, they'll all should go in this Swachh Sagar portal, which was initiated by ONGC, and we have started using this and all the rigs. And thanks to Aban rig, therefore getting in a detailed one program to see how to log in and get access to that. That was done during our last to last team call there. It's one of the another initiative where we talk about how to do the sustainability and zero tolerance for goal zero, as all company has, that we don't want to hurt anybody on our rigs. No matter what category of worker he is, either a rosterbot or a OIM, they should not get hurt. They should go home to their loving one in the condition they came or better than the condition. Yeah? So that brings to the end of it. Last thing before I forget, if in case you are interested to know more, since I'm going to use the platform of an IDC, there's a link there available. If you go to the idc.org membership, you click here, there's a committee, you click on the committee. There are a lot of various committees are available. You can get a membership for that. One of them would be also the sustainability, which I'm talking about. So these are the all committees available. You click on sustainability or health safety committee, and when the moderator approves you, you are part and parcel of their meetings. You can attend them, you can get your gyan, knowledge more on this, and see how best you can get it. So that's end of the slide. Any questions? Before you ask questions, there's one more sustainability initiative. During this kind of gathering, normally we exchange cards, right? Yes or no? That's the solution. That's a QR code. You take your camera, scan the QR code, and you'll have my information. So I don't have the detail Anwar Momin written. Just scan this, and you have my contact details with my email address, with my address of company. That's the initiative of saving the cards, one of the sustainability initiative. I'm open for the questions. That's it.
Well, thank you. That's a wonderful, sustainable presentation by Mr. Anwar. Before we ask one or two questions to the audience, I would like to ask, this is what we have been doing to improve our ESG ratings for achieving net zero goals, zero emissions. As a drilling industry, what should be our topmost priority? The 3 things or 5 things that you would like to give us as a way forward, the practices the drilling industry should follow. I'm not talking about as a ONGC as a whole, as an E&P company. I'm talking about a drilling company within the company, right?
So let me highlight this, which purposely I did not did it on this rig. As a shelf drilling, as we have initiative sustainability by corporate pushing, and we have to all follow, we have 6 goals to be achieved. One of them is 4% reduction in fuel oil. That's our internal goal we set to reduce the engine running hours, switch off, as all drillers are there. Sometimes 2 generators are running when your wireline logging is happening or something. You don't need to run that. If one engine is good enough, why need to run another one? Just because ONGC is paying the money for the fuel, is that the right thing? So we are making people aware in that direction, that, and corporate is tracking, by the way. It's not that only ONGC, we are tracking to see that how much fuel consumption we are doing, and depending on the operation. But there is some challenge if you are a workover rig versus a drilling rig, batch drilling versus a normal convention you are drilling, then the fuel consumption's really nasty. Second one is changing the lights to the LEDs. We all know that. I'm sure when I landed back in 35 years, I was Derry का light जलते रहते हैं हमेशा, बंद नहीं करते. बोला नहीं, बंद करने का जरूरत नहीं है इसको. So now those mindset have been changed, right? They were all big halogen lamp, if you remember. Now it's gone. They just have replaced with the LED lights. They are changing that. The consumption of power should be reduced as much as low as possible. Third initiative, sir. Old days, if you all recollect, we have grown up drinking the water from the water maker, not the 20-liter bottle coming on the rigs. We were drinking the same. So we are initiating that by installing the water fountains on the rigs. So water maker water will come to this purifier, and then with the purifier, we'll drink the water for the crew. So these are the typically 3 of them we have.
Okay, thank you. We'll take 1 or 2 questions because of the paucity of the time.
Yeah, there's
Carlos
one, sir.
Saab is asking.
As usual, Anwar, fantastic presenter. I'm going to make 3 points. One of the slide I liked, which is that IADC different committees. I've been promoting this over here that, hey, go on that and see what are the committees and connect. Most of their meetings are in the morning, 9 o'clock, which is 7:30 in the evening here. Do take a time and see what's going on the other side of the world and connect with them. You know, there are a bunch of committees over there. We can learn quite a lot, okay? This ESG is the new, I've learned a lot. One of the things I was thinking all the time, you know, like how we have API, ESG में ऐसा कुछ है क्या जो इनको we can force these guys के ये करना है, you know, because now what is happening is those who are leading people like you are doing it, but we want everybody to get into it. So what mechanism, think about it, what mechanism can IDC do something, can API do something, or ISO do something, which will force them that, hey, you have to follow this.
Correct.
That's all, bye.
Excuse me. Hello. Hello, yes, I'm this side. It's a beautiful presentation by you, Anwar. Okay, I'm Professor Subrata Borgohain from the Department of Petroleum Technology, Dibrugarh University. So you have been highlighting in one of your slides about the community and the social aspect. In that context, are you also mentioning about the social cost benefit analysis, and are you using the Delphi modeling in that system?
I am not very sure about this, but yes, CSR services have been done, but not to that extent what you're getting that attention. Maybe we can consider that.
Thank you very much.
There was one question. Hi, Anwar. This is Vikram Gorpade here.
Yes.
Mr. Carle raised a very important question. Actually, many people are unaware, but the IMO is really coming hard after everyone. So in terms of the marine vessels, I think that applies even to offshore rigs right now. So maybe we should have a session sometime in the IADC about the IMO and how it impacts our business directly. Number one, in terms of fuel emissions, they're really coming hard and trying to reduce your carbon intensity in all your offshore vessels, be it a dredging vessel or a drilling vessel. So maybe IADC can take an initiative on the IMO, and we as a company are working quite seriously about it. So if you have anything about the IMO and you want to throw light on it, I'll be grateful in terms of what Shelf is doing.
Thank you. No problem. We can consider this. Maybe Mike can.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm Vinod
Yes, sir.
Kumar from ONGC. See, you're talking about all the sustainability and energy savings. Have you taken ISO 50001?
I have done that. That's to do with the energy reduction, energy on energy, correct, sir?
Yeah.
No,
So because
not-
there
not-
you set some standards like whether your fuel you consume or water you consume per meter or whatever standards, then every year you should show a reduction like in future. So that is what ISO 50000 or
Correct.
ENMS certification talks like. So I just wanted to know whether Shelf has taken it for any of their rigs.
No, not yet, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I've done that training for 50,001, but we have not implemented in share drilling, sir.
Due to paucity of time, can we just have the last question, please?
Yes,
Not,
ma'am.
not a question, a comment, if I may. IADC has a representative that sits on IMO, Jim Rocco, who is our Senior Director of Government and Industry Affairs offshore. So we can bring some force to bear very, very quickly to help inform the group
Sure.
what the status is with IMO. Just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Anwar, we request you to stay on stage. Mr. Iadc Sca, may I please join you on stage to present a memento to Mr. Anwar? May I please request Mr. Venkatraman also to join us on stage, please? Can we present a mementos, please, to the
Yeah, yeah.
speakers?
It's short of time.
We would also like to invite on stage Mr. Randeep Gandhi to present a memento to Iadc Sca, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Our next presentation will focus on the ONG market, supply and demand, and I'm sure the audience here would be keen to hear more about this important topic. Market Outlook by S&P Global Advancement in Global E&P Drilling and Energy Scenario. May I please request Ajay Kumar Sharma to moderate the session, please? May we request him to join us on the moderator chair? To present the session, we have with us Pamela Cordova, Principal Research Analyst, S&P Global. Ms. Pamela holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Geography with minor in Geoscience from the National University of Singapore. She has extensive knowledge of the global rig market, having covered it for the past 10 years with particular expertise in the Middle East and Asia-Pacific markets. Having joined the Petrodata Rigs team in Singapore in 2013, she moved to London, UK, where she now resides since 2017. Pamela was born in Mexico and is fluent in Spanish and English. She strives to provide customers with the most up-to-date and valuable market intelligence in the offshore drilling market. She contributes to the online platform Petrodata Rigs by S&P Global, as well as generating editorial content for the World Rig Forecast and other online publications. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause as we welcome her on stage.
Hi everyone. I am really happy to be here, and I'm so thankful to Iadc for inviting me again. For those of you who don't know me, I am the Principal Research Analyst with the Petrodata Rigs team, and my job is to speak to all the players in the industry, make friends, and share information that you can use for your business decisions. So I will try my best to deliver our outlook. Sorry, can I have the pointer? Thank you. Thank you. Right. Where do I point? Sorry. Okay. So the agenda is, I will show you about what has happened in the rig market in the past year or so, and then go into the Indian rig market, and then our day rate outlook, which is what I know most people want to see. So first of all, on global trends. So our industry is cyclical, as everyone knows, and it follows the oil price really closely. So as you can see in the graph here on my right, in your left, the oil price is the red line. So when the oil price goes up, contracted demand eventually follows, and then when the oil price goes down, contracted demand, which is the blue area, goes down. So in the past 10 years, we have seen two main cycles. One of them was too long, unfortunately, and the other one, quickly, we got into the current recovery. So right now, you can see the dark blue is the contracted demand for semis, then is the jackups, and then drill ships. So the contracted demand has reached the levels that it was before the COVID downturn. And the two lines at the top, the green line and the yellow line, is the supply of rigs. So the yellow line is the important line because it's the marketed supply. So how many rigs can be actually used for drilling in the next 6 to 1 year or 18 months. And the blue line is also one of the most important, the purple line, I don't have a pointer, but that one is the marketed utilization. So as long as marketed utilization is above 85%, day rates go up. And as you can see right now is around 92% for the global fleet, and that means day rates are on an upward trend. And so that is the state of the market right now. So it's really positive for most of us. And as long as there are no major events that can bring the oil price below $70 per barrel, then we expect the upward trend to continue. And then in the right side, you can see our outlook of total offshore capex from now until 2027. So in general, it will increase 29%. But the dark blue area is mostly for offshore drilling. So offshore drilling will increase. It will not be as sharp as other services in the offshore sector, but it will still increase from 76 billion to 90 billion. And most of the increase is expected to come from Latin America and Asia Pacific. So how do the operators feel about the rig market? This is just a picture snapshot to show you how it's feeling in the market. So between 2017 to 2021, it was like this. There were many rigs available. It was very discounted, and the operators could just pick and choose as many rigs as they wanted. But now it feels like an empty aisle when whatever is left is very expensive, or it's not good enough. So this is how the market feels in general for now. And this has led to the increase of duration of the contracts that are being awarded. So this graph shows for floaters over the years how much contract backlog has been awarded, and the colors show the different regions. So as you can see, most of the backlog comes from South America. That is led by Petrobras in Brazil. And the line shows the average contract duration. So as market utilization has come up, so operators need to make sure that they secure rigs quickly and much more in advance, and for longer term to make sure that they can have the rigs that they need. So from an average of about 6 months, so half a year of average contract duration for floaters, now it has increased to about 10 months globally. And we will see this increasing because right now there are many operators who have multi-year contracts. ONGC is one of them, but also IOCs have started to issue tenders for 10 years, 15 years, etc. For the jackup side, it's the same story, but the increase is a bit sharper due to the NOCs. So as well, you can see in the left side the total backlog awarded, and in the right side the average charter duration over time. So the main region where this backlog comes from, as expected, is the Middle East, and the average contract duration has increased from an average of about a year for jackups to 4 years. To 2 years if we take all the contracts in. But if we look at what the national oil companies have done, it's much sharper. If we only take into account the backlog that has been awarded by the national oil companies, the average contract duration has increased from about average of 2 years to 4 years, being led by Saudi Aramco, ADNOC Offshore, and ONGC. And this has led to the sharp increase of rig reactivations. So the bars show the number of rig reactivations per year, and the line shows the marketed utilization. So as soon as the marketed utilization started to go up, obviously reactivations started to pick up. Last year, 2022, was the year with the highest number of reactivations, led by all the awards that Saudi Aramco made to mostly rigs that had been stuck for a long time, or new builds that had been stuck in the shipyards for a long time. Right now, there are still 20 rigs being reactivated, and we expect this trend to continue, except that there are not many rigs left to be reactivated, which I will show you. So what is left in terms of availability? So I chose the main market categories that the world is interested in. Here in the left side, you can see the 67 generation drill ships, which are where most of the drill ship demand comes from. Oh, sorry, which one? This one? Hmm. Okay, can you see? Okay, yeah. Thank you. Right, so the 6th and 7th generation drill ships, these are drill ships mostly that have been built after 2013 that have the best technology and can drill more efficiently. So 74 of them are on contract. 9 are not marketed. That means that they are stuck somewhere for a long time, and it will take about 12 to 18 months to reactivate, and it will be really expensive, about $100 million to reactivate. And the ones that are left that are actually marketed are not contracted. There are only 5 left. Then for the 300 IC jackups, which is the main market category used here in India, there are 68 rigs contracted in the world. 21 are not marketed, and only 5 are left marketed without a contract. And then another important market category, which is the bulk of the fixtures in the world for jackups, is anything above 350 feet. 240 are contracted, 10 are not marketed, and 14 only are left marketed without contracts, but they are in all sorts of parts of the world and owned by different owners that will vary how many are available for markets like India. Okay, and then when we look at the new builds, what is left in the shipyards, this is the state of all the rigs that are left in the shipyards. So for drill ships, there are only 13 drill ships left in shipyards. 11 of them, or 85%, they are not contracted, and 2 that are left undelivered are contracted. One is going to Petrobras in Brazil, and the other one is going to Shell. For jackups, there are only 19 jackups left in the shipyards. 14 of them, or 70%, are not contracted, and 5 are contracted that are under construction. 3 are going to CNOOC. It was 4, but 1 was delivered this week, so now it's only 3 left. They are going to CNOOC in China, and 2 are the RO rigs that are going to Aramco. And for semis, there are 6 semis that are under construction, and none of them are contracted, and there's no really demand for them. So I was told to explain one by one, but I will just quickly go through the ones that are important. So these are the drill ships that are left on the shipyards, and which ones are contracted and which ones we expect to be delivered in the next year. So of the 13 drill ships, there are only a few of the designs that are on demand, which are the Samsung 12,000, that are expected to be delivered, and the Daewoo rigs from Valaris. Those are the main ones that are appearing in the tenders and that we expect to be delivered and get awards in the next 2 years or so. For jackups, these are all the jackups that are left. And how many can actually work in India or Southeast Asia or the global market is not a lot of them. So we only expect a few to ever come out to the market. That would be the Gulf Driller 5, the R rigs, the Dalian JU2000s, which is a little bit of a big design, and then the Keppel rigs, but they are very big rigs as well, the Vale and the Bar, but they could potentially work in the global market. But there are some like these ones, the harsh environment high-spec rigs, and some designs that are not very known. We don't expect them to really be delivered because there's no real market for them. So when you actually see the numbers, it seems that there's a lot left, but when you look at the individual rigs, there aren't many left. And for semis, the reason we don't expect any of the 6 to come out is because, as you can see, most of them they're made for the harsh environment world, which is Northwest Europe or Australia, and there isn't really long-term demand to justify bringing a rig out. If you want to talk about this in detail after this, I can walk you through each of them. And then what is the lead times that we expect for these rigs to be delivered with the current environment? So first of all, none of those rigs will be ever delivered without a contract, and it has to be a long-term contract that can, with a healthy enough day rate, to justify bringing it out, and that the owner can pay back for the rig. So all of them we expect to be delivered between 2024 to 2026. There are only 3 that could be delivered between now and the end of the year because they already have the contracts in place and they're already being reactivated. So now when we look a little bit more at what's happening into the jack-up market, this is a slide that I showed 6 months ago when you invited me the first time, and most people have seen it. But just to remind you of why the market is where it is now, is because Saudi Aramco and ADNOC Offshore, among others, absorbed 53 jackups that were available into the Middle East. And that took away all the oversupply of jackups and has tightened the market globally. So that led to the current state of the jackup market. So unlike when we put all the right rig types, we can see that the contracted demand is the same level as it was in 2019, but for jackups it's not. It has already exceeded the levels at that time. And what is interesting now is that the supply of rigs has come down a lot in the past 10 years. So from an oversupply of about 75 rigs, now it has come down to about 20, giving a marketed utilization of 92%. And as I said, as long as the marketed utilization is above 85%, this is an upcycle, and it means the risks keep going up and costs keep going up. And this leads to my next graph, which is what has happened to rates in the past 10 years. So from a peak in 2013, we had a low downturn for rates. And since marketed utilization reached 85%, it has quickly, sharply come up. And since it reached 92%, the increase is sharper. So right now, the average jackup rate globally, it's between $130,000 to $160,000 per day. And where most of the demand comes from, for jackups, it comes from Eastern Hemisphere, so that's from Europe, Northwest Europe, Mediterranean, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. The size of the circles is the size of the backlog that can be awarded, and the number in the center is the number of rigs that are being tendered for or planned in the demand. And another important point to make when we look at the long-term state of the jackup market is the age profile of the rigs. You have also seen this, but it's important to raise this because it will have an effect on the market in the next 5 to 10 years. So this pie chart shows the current age of the jackup fleet. So 26% of the jackups that are working now, they are more than 30 years old. They can extend the life cycle maximum, maybe 15 more years, but they will have to be renewed. And then 30% is between 10 to 29 years, and less than 10 years old is 44%. Most of the rigs that are more than 30 years old, they are in India and Middle East, and the rest are elsewhere. And what's our global outlook for the jackup market? So based on what is already contracted or is being tendered for, we expect the demand to peak around middle of next year, and that will almost reach 100% utilization. And then based on the visible demand, it may come down a little bit, but it's still higher than it has been in the past 7 years, and we expect it to stay stably high for the next 5 years, as long as the oil price stays high. Now, the floater market, I know I'm trying to say the main points because I know it's before lunchtime and everyone is hungry. So in the floater market is similar. We are again focused on the high-spec drill ships, which is 6 to 7 generation ships. They all came into the market after 2013, and you can see the high increase after 2021 of this market category of rigs. Their marketed utilization is also really high, 93%, and that has led to rates to also sharply, exponentially increase. Right now, the average floater rate globally is between $400,000 and $500,000 per day, depending on the length of the contract, the type of rig, and the location as well. Where does most of the demand come from for drill ships? Comes from the Golden Triangle, which is Gulf of Mexico, South America, and West Africa. There's some demand that keeps being pushed to the left in the North Sea, but this is where the bulk of the demand comes from. And that has led to also some movements in the floater market. Just like jackups were all absorbed into the Middle East, floaters have been absorbed into South America, being led by Petrobras in Brazil, and rigs have left the North Sea and have reached places that those types of rigs were never expected to work at. So 9 rigs have left or are going to leave the North Sea to work in West Africa, the Med, and even in India, as one of them has been awarded in the past few weeks. But we also see rigs leaving this area to go to Brazil. So that has been a shift in the markets due to the current trends. And what do we expect on the floater fleet? So first of all, this is our outlook for drill ships. We expect the marketed utilization to reach actually 100% if all the awards are done as it seems that they will. The demand and the supply line, as you can see, they meet. And all the marketed drill ships are expected to be awarded. For semis, it's not so optimistic. The contract durations are not as high as they are for drill ships. So there will be an incremental demand, but it's not as sharp as for drill ships, but this is still some increase there in the next 2 years. So now in India. So India's current scene is it's a little bit challenging, as has been spoken by the executives of ONGC. So oil and gas contributes to more than 24% and 6% respectively on India's energy consumption. But around 85% of crude oil and 50% of gas is being imported from overseas. Most of the production comes from mature fields, and most of the drilling has been focused on extending the life of the fields. And there has been underinvestment on exploration wells, and therefore there have been very few discoveries, and it has led to the decrease in production of especially oil in India. And the tight rig market has made it hard for ONGC and the other operators to secure enough rigs for their demand. So this graph shows here, in these two graphs show the historical production in India. The top one is for oil, and the bottom line is for gas. So this is as part of our S&P team research. So as you can see, oil has come down, and gas has been able to increase a little bit due to Reliance gas field, the KG field. Obviously, the ministry and the operators know this, so there have been increasing efforts to try to attract interest of investment in oil and gas. There have been a few reforms to change this environment, but so far it hasn't been very successful, but hopefully with time it will start to be successful. And as well, for attracting rigs, a lot of efforts have been made to try to make the country more attractive for international drilling contractors to come into the country with their rigs. This is the state of the jackup market and where India stands right now in terms compared to the other regions. So you can see right now with the current rigs under contract, it's in the 5th place. But once all the rigs, the 36 rigs have been awarded until now, start their contracts, then India will move up the scale and it will reach the 3rd place in the world of contracted jackups. And this will increase as the current tenders get awarded and the upcoming ones get awarded. India will be just below China on the number of rigs contracted. And what's our outlook for the country? Well, demand has increased, is going to increase, and the current number of jackups in the country is not enough. So there's incremental demand in India, and we will need about at least 5 more jackups to move into the country to meet the current visible demand. Then what is available to meet that demand? This is an availability chart of the designs used by ONGC and the other operators in India. So right now, there is a total fleet of 261 jackups of the designs that are used here. Out of those, 33 are stacked, and those 33 rigs that are stacked, 30 have been stacked for more than 3 years. So that means currently they cannot participate in the ONGC tenders. 11 could be candidates for reactivation. That means a contractor can get them, drill somewhere else, and then offer them in India. 3 are stacked for less than 3 years, and 3 are under construction available. Then if we look at the rigs that are not stacked and that are working and are coming off contract between now and the end of 2024, there are 46 rigs that are available coming off contract between now and then, but only 20 of them could realistically be considered to be offered in India, and 10 of them are already in India. So there's only 10 that would need to have some effort to convince them to come to India. But for these 11 rigs that could be reactivated, the reactivation time right now we see is between 8 to 12 months, and sometimes it can be longer to 18 months. And the reactivation costs have also come up in the past year, about 10 to 20%, depending on the equipment and the type of work that the reactivation requires. And the operators are still expected to pay most of their reactivation costs in average in the past contracts that we have seen between 10 to 14 million. So that's for jackups. Now for floaters, this is the current picture globally of where most of the floaters are working. So India is in the 7th place and is expected to stay there for the time being, as there's not much incremental demand for floaters here. These are the rigs that are working in India right now, or the ones that are coming, or the contracts that are in place right now. So there's only six rigs working right now, 1 semi and 5 drill ships. One of them is going to finish contract soon and is not expected to stay in the country. 1 semi will move next year for Oil India from the North Sea. Then the drill ships that are finishing contract, there's no demand right away to keep the rigs working here back to back. And in fact, they have been offered elsewhere. One of these is going to South America, and the other one is being offered in Southeast Asia and other countries. So by early next year, there will only be 3 drill ships working here. There's not much incremental demand, so it's an area that will need attention if there's more incremental demand. The plans need to be set now because it would take about 18 months to get a rig. And finally, what everyone is looking forward to the most is our day rate forecast. So now that we know where the market is and where the market utilization is, where do we expect day rates to go between now and the end of 2025? For floaters, since marketed utilization is expected to stay around 100%, day rates are expected to stabilize about between $450,000 to $500,000 per day for most rigs, but there will be the high end in places like in the US Gulf, where this is the highest spec of rigs used, that will exceed 500,000 and it could even reach $520,000 per day. This forecast is made of a model looking at the historical effects of marketed utilization on rates. And the lower end, which is where India would sit, we expect rates from right now in average, the lower end is around $350,000 per day to reach around 400 and exceed $400,000 per day. And for the jackups, marketed utilization is also expected to stay high at above 93%, and therefore rates will also continue to increase. But we encourage rates to get into a healthy level and stay high, but not continue to increase, not to avoid a quick downturn after that. For jackups, the bifurcation of rigs is much wider, so that means the low and the high are very wide due to the different types of rigs and markets where they work. So the high end could reach above $250,000 per day, and that will be for rigs in Norway or gas in Saudi Arabia or in Australia, where the jackup costs are really high. The global market is expected to reach between $170,000 to $180,000 per day in the next 2 years. And the lower end, which is where India will fall, right now, in the last tender, we saw rates between $90,000 and $130,000 per day, which is exactly where our forecast indicates for between now and the end of the year. But next year, it's quickly expected to increase to about $150,000 per day for the lower end of the rigs. And that's it. So in conclusion, the global marketed utilization is high for most of the jackup and drill ship types, and this will continue to lead to higher day rates and a healthy market for the drilling contractors, but it continuously will be challenging for operators to secure the rigs that they need when they need it, and planning needs to be done. Day rates have reached levels that we haven't seen in the past 7 years, and increase is expected. And most of the demand will come from Middle East and still South America for the floaters. Indian market will see challenges in securing rigs unless some changes can be done in the way of contracting rigs that can attract more interest and accept higher rates as other places in the world. And fleet renewal is something that we need to start thinking about in the next 5 to 10 years as the jackups age. And I think those are my main points. So thank you so much for everyone attending, even though you're mostly hungry. And if you have any questions, I'm open to questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pamela. That was a very informative presentation.
Thank you.
Before we open the house for questions.
Sir, one question, sir.
Yeah, I have one question. Yes, sir. With the day rates projected to go from the current $90,000 to $125,000 and all, do you think that we should go for long-term contracts, especially in the Indian context?
Yeah. Well, India is already in a good position because you already have 3-year contracts, which is quite stable. And it works well because it's easy to price something now for the next 3 years, but it becomes increasingly hard if you want to price something for now for the next 7 to 10 years. So even though it's being done, if you want to get a rate that both the operator and the drilling contractor are happy with, about 3 to 4 years, it's healthy for both sectors, for both parts.
Yeah. And you had given projection up to 2027. Any guess what will happen beyond 2027?
I mean, everyone can guess, but doesn't mean it will happen. So S&P does provide a forecast, long-term forecast. So if you want to see it, we can connect you to the right team. My team just specializes in 2 years forecast, which is what is happening right now in the market.
One last question.
Yeah.
Do you also have data about the conversion of rigs to MOPU?
Yeah, we do. Like, if you want to see how many rigs have
under
been,
conversion or projected to be converted, something like that.
Projection is, as always, is hard. It would depend on the demand. And right now, because the market is so tight, there are not many contractors who will be willing to give up their rig for a MOPU, unless it's one of those that are unlikely to be reactivated.
Thank you.
Sir, one question is about the ultra shallow water.
Yes.
So that was not so. Do you have any idea about the availability of the rigs for the ultra shallow waters?
That's a really good question. I get that a lot because there are a couple of, a handful of operators who need them. Anything that can drill below 8 feet of water. And the truth is, all the new rigs cannot do that. So the only rigs that can do ultra shallow draft are over 30 years old, and either they are working on the long term, or they have been stuck for too long, and it will be extremely costly to bring them out to even justify the cost of the project. So I can tell you there's only like less than a handful that are qualified right now to drill ultra deep water. So that's a niche market that it's expensive now, and there's no availability for rigs.
And any idea what is the rate they are working for?
The day rate?
Day rates.
It's really case by case, but because the market is so niche and there are no rigs available, the rates are starting to reach the global levels for high-spec rigs. So in the last award of not ultra-shallow, but quite shallow rig, it reached $120,000 per day because it was the only rig available.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Pamela, wonderful presentation. You have indicated in your slides 30 years old rig deployed in India and Middle East. Is there any study which links age of the rig versus efficiency of the rig? Number one. And number two, in terms of long-term contracts, since the rig availability is a problem, whether there is a case of owning the rigs for operators like ONGC. We have that philosophy of owning and hiring and combined. And considering the day rates of the floaters, what you have shown, the third question, whether there is a case for diverting the resources for some other activity rather than oil and gas. Particularly, I am talking in context of blue energy, say hydrogen.
Yeah, good question. So first of all, energy efficiency. It's very hard for someone like our team to track that because it's very sensitive, and that would come to a contractor by contractor on what each company as well defines as efficiency. So that one, as an operator, you will have to find your means to track that. It's not easy for a market intelligence team to do that. S&P does have a platform that could allow that with the data that only operators have access to, but I can talk with you about that later. In terms of the third question was about the floaters. I will go to that one first. The floater repurposing as the rates go up. Actually, during the downturn, many drill ships started to be counted for energy transition, like mining under the seabed or even wind farms or other types of work. But all of them, as soon as the dairies started to increase and oil and gas became, energy security became so important, so most of the drilling contractors are just looking at drilling opportunities because that's where main demand and dairies come from. But for jackups, there's an increased demand, and we will start to track that as well for carbon capture and storage. That's becoming an important part of drilling as well. But for floaters per se, right now, the main focus is on drilling because the market is so healthy. And sorry, what was your second question?
Okay, thank you.
I have one question.
Okay. Yeah.
Very nice presentation, as usual, always by you.
Thank you.
And it's very helpful to the industry here as a whole. My question is that I saw the total 19 number of jackup you have shown which are marketed but not on contract.
Yeah.
And in fact, you know that in Government of India directives to go for upgradation of rigs from Mode 79 to Mode 89.
Right.
So may I know that what is the breakup of out of those 19 rigs? What is the availability of 79 and above? Have you any idea about that bifurcation of those rigs to Mode 89 or 2009? So that we can really understand that from the Indian perspective, how many rigs are available in the market?
Yeah. I believe you're talking about the 19 rigs, those are under construction, so all of them are Model 2009 at least. For the existing availability fleet, then we'll have to see, which is around 40 rigs that are coming off contract between now and the end of 2024. Yeah, I have a slide here. Then we'll have to do a study, but most of the rigs that are more than 30 years old, most of them are Model 79. I would say like maybe 60%.
60%.
Yeah. Of
that
rigs that are
lot,
working.
19
Yeah.
rigs.
Especially in India, 60%. But globally, yeah, it's something that is in progress because not everyone tells us where the model code is.
There is another condition that we should rig should be in operation for last 3 years prior
Yeah,
to last
and that's
year. That's another constraint bringing rig to Indian waters.
Yes, and that's something that we encourage to be changed because then it will
You heard
have
our chairman, no? He has been telling
exactly.
that we want that more rigs to be available in the Indian waters.
Because out of the 33 rigs that are stacked, 30 of them are stacked for more than 3 years. So it's 30 that cannot be considered for the Indian market.
Ms. Pamela, I have a question.
Yeah.
It was amazing presentation by you. In fact, you're the only presentation, the presenter whose PPT has been, photographed by so many people in the mobile. So I have a question, where can we get this? Is it available online somewhere?
Well, everyone who is here can have access, can get a copy of the slides. So just make sure that you let the organizers know. I will give the slides. And you are always free to contact me for any market intel.
Thank you. And there's another question. You talked about the shortage of jack-up rigs. You haven't talked about the manpower. Can you say something about that also? Because the number of rigs you require manpower also simultaneously.
The manpower.
The manpower for the...
Yeah, so that's another challenge, and that's part of the reason day rates also have been increasing and need to increase because it takes labor cost increase, and we also need to attract more interest. So that's a challenge that also causes the rigs start date to sometimes delay beyond 12 months to be able to make sure that the rigs are fully crewed with experienced people. So it is a challenge. I'm not very informed on the details, but I know that it does affect day rates and contract start.
Thank you.
Excuse me, there's a question.
Yeah.
A very good afternoon to you.
Thank you.
You've given a very good insight into offshore rig market with respect to India and world. I have a question which is little away from your presentation.
Okay, I'll try.
Can you throw light on the availability of high-capacity on-land rigs in Southeast Asia?
Sorry, high capacity of?
On-land rigs, of the order of, say, 2,500 to 3,000 HP.
Land rigs.
On-land rigs.
On land, okay. I only specialize in offshore, so I wouldn't be in a position to answer that question.
That is why I said it will be little away from your presentation.
But SMP does have a team to cover that, so we can talk about it later.
We have the last question for the day.
Yeah, it's a nice presentation, definitely.
Thank you.
My question is, in the year 2006 onwards, if you observe, there are a number of rigs were under construction, 2006 April onwards. But now the rig market demand is very high. Why the investors and the drilling contractors are not going for the rig construction presently?
That's a very good
What is
question.
your analysis?
I'm glad you asked that. There have been two building cycles in the past 30 years. And one of them was good, was successful. It allowed rigs to be enough for the peak contracting time in 2013. But because of that, then the next building cycle was 2013. But then all the rigs that were built, they were in the shipyards for the past 7 years. So the drilling contractors have suffered too much, and the investors lost so much money that no one wants to make the same mistake again, and I don't think we should. So our industry is so volatile that building a rig, it takes two years or more, and there's no guarantee that, of course, we can say that that's how it looks like, but anything can happen in the world to make the oil price come down, and then no one can pay for the rigs again. So right now, even though things look really good, for it to stay as it is, there's no need for much more building to happen. We will only encourage building for NOCs who really have a long-term demand of more than 20 years planned of a certain number of rigs to be able to justify the cost of drilling, of building a rig, which now is back to the levels of 2014. It's more than 250 million. So right now, there's no appetite to suffer again, to take that risk again from the investors to back up that plan. Yeah.
Ma'am, last question. In a jackup, here I am, ma'am.
Sorry.
In a jackup fleet, how many are MODU compliances what we required? So total fleet in the world, how many it is good for our contracts basically?
Most of anything that has been built after 2000, obviously, will have 89 or 2009. So it's only for Modus 79 cases, it's only the 26% rigs that are built more than 30 years ago.
So does this old rigs is also getting converted to the recent MODU compliances? This old, because in a fleet of more than 30 years, you have a 30% fleet is more than 30 years.
26%, yeah.
Yeah. So in that, does it is also getting, worldwide it is getting converted to the latest MODU compliances?
No, that's something that is only seen in India. But globally, there's no real demand for those type of rigs. It's really only India and the Middle East and some places in West Africa. So it's not something that is an issue elsewhere in the world, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I think time is up, but if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me after, during lunchtime. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cordova. May we please request Ms. C. Madhavan to come on stage and present her with a memento, please. We would now like to invite on stage Mr. Vivek Verma to present a memento to C. Madhavan. Ladies and gentlemen, we just want to inform you, thank you so much, gentlemen. We want to inform you that the history wall is on display at the pre-function area, and right adjacent to the pre-function area, the Malabar, we have the e-posters showcasing some technical presentations, so do have a look. We shall now break for lunch, but the lunch break will be cut short to 45 minutes, and we should meet at 2:30 for a Drillers Roundtable conference, and see you then. Thank you, enjoy your lunch.
Congratulations. परमानेंट हो गया. अभी मेरे को पार्टी चाहिए हाँ.
हाँ सर.
हाँ.
सर थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. इट मीन्स अ लॉट सर. क्या मैं ये खुशखबर अपने घर वालों को बता के आ सकता हूँ?
Sure, go ahead.
थैंक यू सर.
Yeah.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. इट मीन्स अ लॉट.
Sachin. Are you alright?
Yes sir. I'm okay sir. I'm good sir.
Fine, smooth.
Yes sir. Okay sir. Just. I'm good sir. I'm good.
सर ये है सचिन शर्मा. इनका कल प्रोबेशन खत्म हुआ, परमानेंट हुए.
Congratulations, Sachin. Welcome to the organization.
Thank you very much sir. Thank you.
Yes. मैंने सुना कल आपके साथ कोई इंसिडेंट हुआ था.
सर कुछ नहीं सर. जब मुझे प्रोबेशन से मेरा सर्विस कंफर्मेशन का न्यूज़ मिला मेरे ऑफिसर से, तब मैं बहुत खुश हो गया सर. और एक्साइटमेंट में अपने पेरेंट्स को कॉल करने के लिए गया तो पैर फिसल कर.
Are you sure you're fine?
एकदम माइनर इंजरी था सर. नेग्लिजिबल इंजरी. एब्सोल्युटली. I'm good sir now.
Sachin, why do you think I'm here? आपको क्या लगता है मैं यहाँ क्यों आया? We care for you. You are a young recruit who are yet immediately confirmed recently, yesterday. Basically, मेरा काम है कि जब ऐसी कोई सिचुएशन होती है या ऐसी घटना घटती है तो मैं जगह पे आके इंस्पेक्ट करता हूँ कि क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ, और उसके बाद हम एक रिपोर्ट बनाकर जितने भी इंडिया में रिग्स हैं उसके साथ हम उस रिपोर्ट को शेयर करते हैं ताकि अगर ऐसे हादसा कहीं और होता है तो क्या हुआ था, कैसे हुआ था, इसकी जानकारी सबको मिल जाए. वैसे मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ कि प्रोबेशन के दौरान आपकी ट्रेनिंग हुई थी.
यस सर.
और उस ट्रेनिंग में आपको सेफ्टी की ट्रेनिंग दी गई थी.
यस सर. सेफ्टी ट्रेनिंग हुई थी.
और वहाँ पे 3 पॉइंट कॉन्टैक्ट के बारे में आपको क्या सिखाया गया था?
So whenever we walk up and down the stairs or whenever we
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. May we please request you to kindly settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is about to begin. May we please request you to kindly come in and be seated. Thank you.
That's fine. Nobody can see it from your. Thank you. We want to have them. No, he's not. Yeah, he was just on the phone right now, so he might in the middle of it. $150. Now 50. It's not what I want, it's what we agreed to recover some of the. Sorry. Good to see. Nice to know you. Yeah. Am I on this? Am I on the speaker? Can you? Just afraid it's on too early, you know that. If I was making inappropriate remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly be seated as we're about to begin our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. May I please request you to come in and settle down? Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to join us for our next session? Friends, our next session is about to begin. May I please request you to come in and be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can I please request you to settle down as we're about to begin our next session? Friends, I welcome you back after that lovely lunch. We are ready to begin our next session. And to begin our discussion on energy future, latest advancement in drilling and well services and industry challenges, we have with us a session moderator, Mr. Lars Jorgensen, Director Europe, IADC. A global energy industry professional, Mr. Jorgensen has worked in exploration, field development, asset management, business development, and international government and industry relations in Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. In his role as the Regional Director for IADC's Europe, he advocates for the interests of IADC members with relevant authorities, such as the EU. He maintains close relationships with other global and national trade organizations and serves as a staff liaison for IADC's Health Committee and Geothermal Work Group. We would now like to introduce our panel members to you. Mr. Doug Halkett, Senior Advisor to CEO Vantage Drilling. Doug joined the oil and gas industry with Shell in 1982. He has also seen safety in oil and gas industry evolve. As a young AD for Shell in Brunei in 1983, his job on a Sunday was to invent a safety meeting and write it up and report it, but not to actually have the meeting, as that would have been seen as a waste of time. But now, 40 years later, he is proud that the industry values the safety of its people above everything else. And a person can only advance in this industry if they are fully committed to safety and live it with every given opportunity that is provided. The greatest responsibility, according to him, and for his teams, have now been safety and well-being. After 16 years leading operations at Vantage and 42 years of service in this industry, Doug will be retiring from Vantage in December this year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to him. We also have with us Mr. Kurt Hoffman, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Shelf Drilling. Kurt Hoffman is Chief Operating Officer of Shelf Drilling. Prior to joining Shelf Drilling, Kurt was Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of Seahawk Drilling, a Houston and Gulf of Mexico-based jackup drilling provider, where he was responsible for the company's daily operation and strategic business plan implementations. Mr. Gert has also spent 18 years at Noble Drilling, where he held senior operational and executive roles, including Vice President of Worldwide Marketing, Vice President of Western Hemisphere Operations, and President of Noble's Engineering Services Division, Triton Engineering Services. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Next, we have with us Mr. Ahmed Abdelhadi, Chief Commercial and Strategy Officer, ADES. In his current role, Ahmed is heading the commercial and strategy functions. Prior to joining ADES Group, Ahmed spent more than 10 years with Shelf Drilling in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, where he most recently served as a Director of Marketing for the Middle East, Europe, and North Africa regions. Ahmed brings an excess of 20 years of industry experience, having assumed serial managerial and leadership roles in marketing and contracts, drilling operations, projects, asset management, and QHSE, with other industry-leading names like Legacy, Global Santa Fe, and Transocean. Ahmed started his offshore drilling career in Santa Fe back in 2001. Ahmed holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Cairo University with project management studies. Let's have a huge round of applause for him as well. Next we have with us is Mr. Ravi Seth, Managing Director, Great Ship India Limited. Mr. Seth is a distinguished businessman and is from a long lineage of ship owners. He has extensive experience in the maritime and offshore industry. He's the Managing Director of Great Ship India Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Great Eastern Shipping Company. Great Ship, under his strategic guidance, owns and operates a fleet of 19 vessels and 4 new generation jackup rigs, playing a pivotal role in India's energy exploration endeavors, while also exploring global frontiers in offshore oil field services. Beyond the boardroom and business meetings, Mr. Ravi K. Seth is a multifaceted individual. He's passionate about literature, travel, and fitness, and he has run many marathons, both national and internationally. This reflects his disciplined approach to both business and life. Let's give a warm welcome to him as well. We also have with us Mr. P. Venkateswaran, Vice Chairman, Aban Offshore, one of the founder members of Aban Offshore Limited in 1986, currently Vice Chairman, involved in corporate planning, negotiations for major expansions, and overall control of operations of offshore drilling and production business of the group. He's worked with Engineers India Limited, New Delhi, handling various projects in the contract division. He's also worked with Howie India Private Limited, consulting engineering company engaged in engineering consultancy for ports, harbors, and material handling projects in India and abroad, including a mechanized project at University of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia for a subsidiary of Howie International. He's completed his engineering from IIT Madras in 1972. Let's hear it for him, please. We also have with us Mr. Manav Kumar, President, Dynamic Drilling Group. Dynamic owns and operates offshore drilling rigs, which are operating for ONGC, National Oil Company of India, and expanding to work with other E&P companies in India, Middle East, and Africa. He's the ex-com member of International Association of Drilling Contractors, USA, and has also served as the chairman of the Southeast Asia region for year 2015 and 2017. He's a member of Young President Association Organization Singapore and Emirates chapter as well. An avid traveler and speaker on oil and gas industry internationally, in 2016 he was recognized by the Singapore India Chamber of Commerce and Industry with the award of Singapore Indian Business Leader 2016. He also holds a Master in Management degree from Lancaster University, UK, and was awarded Outstanding Alumni Award by the university in year 2015. Let's hear it for him, please. We also have Mr. Ramesh Venkatraman, Director and Head of Drilling Business at Foresight Group. He's also with us on stage, second time today, and he needs no introduction. Last but not the least, we have with us Mr. David McQuilkin, Managing Director, Transocean. Before being named in this current role, Mr. McQuilkin served as a rig manager, asset manager, and operations engineer in several areas from Alaska, Trinidad and Tobago, Norway, Malaysia, as well as in the US Gulf of Mexico region. Mr. McQuilkin led several projects from one of the first ICE class certifications for the MODU, as well as various operations-led upgrade repair projects. Mr. McQuilkin served more than 15 years working on both several different classes of assets, leading both the marine and drilling teams. Let's welcome him on stage as well. Over to you, Lars.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, esteemed guests, industry leaders, distinguished experts, dear colleagues. So it gives me great pleasure to have been asked to moderate this session of arguably some of the stronger minds who know what is going on in the industry. I don't know how many hundreds of years of industry experience we have here on stage, but it's quite a lot. I have a couple of further announcements. Mr. O.P. Singh, our chair, has not been able to make it just yet. Maybe he will join us in the course of this session. So we'd look forward to that. And the other thing, in the interest of time, we have agreed to cut short this session with a quarter of an hour. So it'll be an hour and a quarter instead of the 1.5 hours that we had originally expected. Now, the session that we are delving into, there are three in there. One is about the industry challenges that confront us, probably often challenges that confronts the individual company. Another one, the middle one, is the latest advancements in drilling. You know, which of these do we think will have an impact on how the industry evolves here in India? And then about the energy future. So we will be discussing all these. And for each of these sub-sessions, I will ask the first questions to one of the panelists, who will then kick off the discussion. I'm sure it'll be lively, and we will see how this all evolves. Now, it's a rare situation that we have with so much change happening in the energy industry at the moment. What this gives us is a lot of challenges. As I said, that we're going to discuss that. It also gives us opportunities. Some of these opportunities may be in what we call the adjacencies to the oil and gas activities. So this may be CCS for blue hydrogen, or it may deal with thermal, or it may be otherwise other ways to use a drilling rig, because of course we are not choosing any activity that requires the use of a drilling rig. We are for. So this is what we will be discussing here today. So I will begin with the first portion here, and this is about the industry challenges. And the question is general, and therefore it lends itself to not only the first speaker to talk about it, but maybe for several others. So what are the primary operational challenges that are currently faced by the oil and gas drilling industry in India, and how can they be addressed? And I would like to ask Manav that you start off.
Sure. Thank you, Lars. Well, Lars, as you know that there is always an exciting day in the life of a drilling contractor. There's no dull day. We all are thankful here in the panel that the industry has turned, which was a very, very steep downturn, but the challenges remain. Today, one of the biggest challenges, as we have heard, is that we are not able to serve our customer with the number of rigs that the customer wants. And we, as responsible drilling contractors serving the nation, serving our customer, is feeling the pain. The shipyards, the supply chain is overwhelmed with the amount of work. The costs have increased by 50% in some cases, if not more. Try ordering a BOP today, 1 year wait time. There are regulatory challenges with MODU 78, 89, which is specific to India. It has been discussed before. There are manpower challenges, retaining talent in our industry. Middle East and other countries are sort of attracting talent in a big way. We have to go for recertification every 3 years. And when we go for recertification every 3 years, then it takes time, and the customer wants the rig very, very quickly. One of the things that came into my mind listening to our chairman, to ONGC chairman, and other Pamela particularly, is that if there are longer term contracts, let's say 5-year contracts, the SPS is valid for 5 years. We do not have to go after 3 years to do an expensive SPS. And that will save a lot of time and money wastage on our industry. So these are some of the challenges. The hurricanes have become much more stronger. The cyclones, the frequency have increased, and they have become much more severe, which are major challenges that the industry is facing on a worldwide basis.
Very good, thank you very much. Kurt.
Come on. Yeah, I would just like to add to what Manav said about challenges that face the offshore drilling contracting industry. Everyone knows, it's no surprise, it's been a tough go here for the last 9 years. If you look at the majority of the international offshore drilling contractors, they all went through some kind of reorganization or bankruptcy process. Fortunately, at Shelf Drilling, we did not have to go through that. But it's been tough, and one of the reasons that we got there as an industry is we didn't really know we didn't properly manage our balance sheets. And that's something that I think we'll see different here going forward. Offshore contracting doesn't really fall into the investment grade in terms of capital markets. So the cost of capital, even the access to capital today, is very restricted, and the cost is extremely high. So what I believe drilling contractors are looking at now is when they make these investments, whether it be MODU Code 89 or whether it be a reactivation of a cold stacked rig, they're going to have economics that give them a return on capital higher than what their cost of capital is. It's a simple business rule. And if you can't do that, you're eventually going to have to restructure your company. So that's another challenge. It's also an opportunity, I think, in this market where we can manage our balance sheets to be able to make a return greater than what it costs us to borrow. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. The people or the companies that own the shares in the drilling space today, or drilling companies, have changed out largely in the last, with all the restructuring that happened in the last few years. Shareholders effectively in a lot of companies got completely wiped out. The new shareholders, a lot of them are hedge funds or investment houses, and they are going to demand, as Kurt says, the managing the finances of this business far better than we've done in the past. And that will make investment in new assets almost impossible. I'd say it will be impossible without long-term contracts that pay back a significant portion of the capital invested. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. And the supply and demand, if it continues the way it is just now, will be very tight for a very long period to come. The business and the ownership of the business has changed completely, and I don't see that going away. And they say the business is in a great shape just now. You've probably never seen these supply and demand curves like this. And as somebody mentioned earlier on, nobody's interested in building any new rigs, which is probably a good thing. I say so. If you want new rigs in the industry, it's going to only be on the back of long-term contracts, and I'm not just speaking to ONGC, but all the oil companies. They say there's no new builds coming. So.
Yes, please.
apart from what has been mentioned, I think I'd just like to add something about manning, because I think, with 30, 40 rigs likely to hit, I mean, they're all under different stages of being commissioned. And what we are seeing that we are losing a lot of crew, because in India, the crew is subject to income tax. And, obviously the crew would like to get tax-free income. So we are seeing a lot of attrition on a week-by-week basis. So as an industry, I've been saying, that, I mean, it's fine to say that we need the number of, rigs to go up and we need to drill and everything, but you won't drill if you don't have people. So it's time that, the industry wakes up and pushes the government for a tax holiday, maybe for a period of time, not long term, but until a fresh batch of people really get trained in offshore. Because COVID, I mean, we've seen in COVID, and this is probably in all industry, that we've seen people retire in COVID, people go back home, not come back, and so on, and we've had no reskilling of people. So unless we get that solved, we'll face an issue at some point in time.
Right. Oh, please.
Just adding on to what Ravi said about the manpower challenge, when we influx a new talent into the pool, it comes again with the risk of inexperience and poor competency. I think this morning we spoke about it. So we need to retrain them or train them and bring them on par. Apart from that, we have to make a lot of things easier. Today, with due regards to my colleagues in ONGC, a lot of local requirements keep changing. It puts a lot of pressure on the drilling contractors in addition to the tax. So as he said, today the challenges, for example, the crew changes don't happen on time. So these are all small factors which really upset a lot of my crew. They are more eager to work outside where the regular crew changes determine intervals. These are all a lot of challenges which can be sorted out at easier levels.
Thank you very much, Ramesh. Now, associated with this, several of you have touched upon the fact, the rig availability issue. And I know this is something that you're quite interested in, Ahmed. Are there enough rigs?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Lars. Great to be here, and I'd like to congratulate IADC on the 25 years jubilee. It was great to look at the exciting journey that you had over the past 25 years, and Iadc is very much looking forward to being part of the coming years. So to answer your question, I will refer to the excellent presentation that was given by Pamela. Definitely there are no enough rigs as of today. If we talk about the jackup segment, in the whole world today, the total number of marketed rigs is around 500 units. And as Pamela was saying, the marketed utilization is close to 93, 94%. So 85 is always an indication to an uptrending market. And typically you start to see the hikes in day rate at 90% utilization and above. The only difference this round of time in our industry is that there is no single order of new builds that has been placed. And there are very obvious reasons for that, part of which is what Pamela mentioned, which is drilling contractors learning from their mistakes. I mean, if you go back to the early 80s, we have seen the 82 SDCs and Frieden Goldman L780s, the first batch of the 116Cs getting built in Bronzeville and Japan and other countries. And then early 2000s, we started seeing the 116Es, then followed by the BMCs, GAU 2000s, and most recently the CJs, the Gusto, CJ46 and CJ50. So there was always a counterbalance to those hikes in day rate, which is not something that's existing today. The other reason, beside the fact that contractors are learning from their mistakes and capturing the lessons learned, is the shipyards themselves. If you were anywhere in China, Singapore, around 2008 through 2015, sitting in a hotel and you open a window, you will see a rig under construction. I remember having an Excel sheet at that time that was showing like 108 jackups under construction during that time, which were all absorbed over the past several years. But at that time, it was very easy for a speculator shipyard investment firm to go there and put 5% down payment to start the construction. And you're having to pay the 95% remaining at the time of delivery. A good example, well, not a very good example, but what happened in 2015 with the US increasing the shale production and the oil kind of flooding the world and oil prices crashing, a lot of these speculators, drilling contractors, decided to walk away, saying thank you to those shipyards, and the 5% were left, but the shipyard all had to suffer as well. So it was between drilling contractors suffering and shipyards filing for bankruptcy. So as of today, it's no longer as easy as it was before. Like Kurt mentioned, access to capital is very restricted. Today, if you want to build a rig, it's not 5% down anymore. This game is over. We're now talking about close to $250 million to build a new rig with the current inflation and the prices that we are seeing. So it's 60 to 70% down to start cutting steel on a new jackup. The problem is not only that, and not only that you have to park $200 million for 4 years. The problem is when a client wants a rig today, and that's what Manav was mentioning, they want a rig like this in 6 months from the letter of award. Aramco, they used to say 6 months, now they understand, and it's more of 9 to 12 months because of the current global supply chain issues. So this is another barrier to building new rigs, because you'll have to put the 200 million with the hope that at the time of delivery in 4 years, the market will still be good and someone will want to hire the rig. So back to Lars' question, if there are enough rigs, the answer is definitely no. I think contractors, shipyards will have captured the lesson. If there are any new builds that are going to be happening, in my own opinion, they will have to be built to very long-term contracts, and hopefully the industry will not repeat the same mistake, because when the market goes down, we all talk about there needs to be consolidation, there needs to be scrapping. I'm talking about the drilling contractor, but I think when the market is up, we have a similar responsibility as well.
Thank you. I think Curtis first.
Yeah, just to add to Ahmed's comments and Lars's original question, if Ahmed is right and there's no more new builds, which I agree, other than the ones that the joint venture with ARO are building, then that actually, for the first time that I'm aware of, 45 years in the industry, that it puts a ceiling on available jackups. I don't ever remember that happening before. So the available number today is going to be the available number in the future as well. And if you look at all the excess supply that went to Aramco and ADNOC, which Pamela said was 53, we count it to be a little bit higher than that, but directionally it's the same. The rigs that went to ADNOC, they're bought. They'll never come back into the market again. And the majority of the rigs that went to Aramco are all on 5-year contracts. That's number one. Number two, if Pamela's right, and 40-year-old jackups have to retire in 5 years, I don't personally believe that. But if Pamela's right, then the ceiling actually comes down for available jackups. So now the jackup market gets very tight and could very possibly be undersupplied. You know, she also mentioned that there was 40 rigs that are idle today. that could actually go to work. Some of those would be of the design that ONGC likes to use. The challenge with those rigs is whatever that reactivation cost is, whatever operator in whatever part of the world wants that rig, they're going to pay for that reactivation cost. We've seen it with a stacked high-spec rig we recently just bought that went to an Aramco contract. The reactivation was quite high. We were able to get most of it, if not all of it, back through a mobilization. But that's where those rigs are going to migrate to, whatever part of the world where the operator is going to actually pay for that reactivation cost. Thanks.
Now, just a short
If I can, just quickly adding to what my colleagues have said here. We have, as an industry, we will have to be very responsible because we have often seen in various upturns that new drilling contractors who do not have that kind of experience comes into the market with the junk rigs, which have not worked for a very, very long time, bid to oil companies worldwide basis just to get a contract. Now, those rigs that have not worked for a very long time, these rigs, one, as Kurt mentioned, the cost of upgradation is massive. In short span of time, they are not able to come because the shipyards are full, and they are safety hazards. So as drilling contractor community and as operators, we have to work in tandem to see that because new rigs are not there in the market, it does not mean the junk rigs that have not worked for a very, very long time or needs a massive amount of capex and massive amount of upgradation just comes in and takes the contract, which never sort of fulfills the job.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to maybe move on to another question, and that is that of if geopolitical factors are a thing that you would be considering working in India. Now, I live in Europe, and last year we had the shortfall of gas supplies because of the war in the Ukraine. And me and my wallet felt painfully the factor 6 increase in the heating bill. So I know geopolitical factors matter. Is there anything to be concerned about, not for the oil and gas, but for the drilling industry here in India? And if it isn't, then we'll move on. No? Yeah.
Thanks, Lars. Thanks, Lars, for the opportunity. Yes, your question is relevant in a market like Europe. In India, where the demand is growing day by day, hour by hour, and with the energy constraints, population is growing, and India being a kind of, I wouldn't say a free country, it is an independent country which sides on either sides of the globe, north and south, and west and east. So I think the factors like this today, as of today, is we are importing 90% of the crude and about 50% of the gas. But I think as of now, India is, I don't think, affected by this, what you mentioned.
Very good. Thank you very much. Now, another area. If you would ask drilling contractors in North America or in Europe, what are the key challenges that they have? Invariably, every one of them will, among the top 3, have attracting talent. Is that an issue in India? And will it be in the future?
Yeah, I'll comment on that. You know, for us, we have 9 rigs working in India. It's all run by Narendra Jindal, and we're 100% Indian, both shore-based and rig-based. And we're also believe in local content in other areas of the world in which we work. Our issue in India is not recruiting talent. Our issue in India right now is keeping talent. And the reason why it's an issue is because of the massive, quick increase in activity in the Middle East. But you know, there's 1.5 billion people in the population of India. 25% of that population is of the age of 15 years or less. So it's a very, very attractive talent pool to recruit from, and we do it we do it actively. It's one of the few places in the world where we can actually get college graduates that are willing to work offshore, put them in a fast-track program so they can see what we're actually trying to do for them. And then in our case at Shelf, we actually export several of the Indian talent that we recruit, hire, train, advance. We export them to other parts of the world so they can work on an expatriate basis. So, you know, as far as a talent pool to recruit from, it's probably one of the best markets in the world that we recruit from and get really talented, young, degreed individuals that are willing to look at a work path for them. IDC has been helpful in this as well, and be able to train them here and then put them in areas around the world for Shelf.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
I'd just like to add to that. I totally agree with Kurt. I think India is a fantastic place to get great talent. And we only have a couple of rigs here, a lot less than Kurt. But I mean, Indians are by far our biggest manpower in our company worldwide. And that is only going to grow. There's going to be more and more Indians. Yes, they're going to get trained in India and then ultimately get pulled away into other parts of the world. But really, I would think in time that Indians would be by far the biggest population working in the drilling industry. And they've got talent and they're very well educated. And I'm very proud of what we've done, and I'm sure that everybody else is proud of what they've done with their Indian crews. So.
Fantastic to hear. And I can second that. I've been visiting PDU and MIT World Peace Universities earlier this week, both of them. And we know, this is where the student chapters are. And we know it's a very high quality of graduates that come out of those two places. So we're going to continue telling drilling contractors in other parts of the world what a great place this is to recruit.
Just a quick one to that, if I can add. Just a quick one. I mean, next 5 years, the way I see it, we need all hands on deck. There are a lot of knowledge and in-depth industry experience in this room itself. Now, we have in India, a government of India rule that above 60, if once a person retires from a PSU setup, there is a cooling period for 2 years. Now, so much of wealth of experience, knowledge, if that 2-year cool-off period can be reduced, those people can serve the industry in one way or the other. I mean, we have a live example, Mr. Sam Malhotra, who founded the chapter after retired as the ONGC director. After 2 years, he joined us, and he was our president well over the age of 80. I mean, just somebody became 60 doesn't mean that knowledge and the wealth of experience that the person has is not relevant. It's actually the opposite way. So we have to look out to these things also very, very importantly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to move to the next subsession, the one about technology. And the question that we've been kicking around is, now, imagine you could look into 5 years into the future, whatever number of years, a certain period of time into the future, and think about what technologies, maybe cutting-edge technologies, that could be taken with you into that future. Which one would it be that would help India's drilling industry to become a second-to-none drilling industry? I know, Kurt, you have opinions about this, but...
Yeah, thanks, Lars. So when we look at, there's been a lot of discussion in this conference as well, a lot of points about safety and being able to drill wells more efficiently, and automation has been brought up a few times. And, I think automation of equipment makes sense if it's fit for purpose in the environment in which you're working. We've taken a different look at automation to be able to make our drilling, the well construction process more efficient. And we've looked at automating a process, not automating equipment. And where we first started doing this is with one of our clients, Chevron, in the Gulf of Thailand, where they, for years, have been factory drilling their wells with offline process. And they had to do this because if you look at the gas fields in Thailand, they're small accumulation of gas, they're small targets. The life of the well is anywhere from 2 to 2.5 years. So you have to drill wells quickly to be able to make it a productive venture process. So we had the opportunity in 2014 to custom build 2 rigs to a contract fit for purpose for offline activity. Before we built these rigs, they were drilling and completing 12,000-foot wells, 2 strings of casing, and open hole completion in around 7 days per well, which is fantastic, right? So we put a team together with Chevron, we put a team together with Lamprell Shipyard to take all the experience we've had from the Gulf of Thailand to really build these rigs fit for purpose. They were delivered 7 years ago. They're still working for Chevron in the Gulf of Thailand. And we got the drilling time, drilling complete, 12,000-foot wells, 2 strings of casing. All the wells are very similar, with a completion in 3.8 days per well. These rigs don't have automated equipment. We built them non-cyber. We built them with DC power distribution. All the focus was on the process. And how can you factory drill, understand the critical path, and take things offline? And there is a significant upgrade to the rigs that you have to do to be able to do that. But if you get the times down, if you shorten the times materially, it's worth the investment in most cases. Chevron lost that concession in 2020 to PTTEP, and by losing that particular concession, they had a P&A commitment that they had to do for the Kingdom of Thailand. So they came to us and said, look, we need to P&A thousands of wells. We want to do it factory type. We want to work with you. What can we do? So we actually bought 2 high-spec rigs that were on the market. We didn't build new. We did significant shipyard projects to be able to P&A these wells in a factory type approach. When we started the program, the budgeted days, or AFE days, to P&A a single well was at 26 hours. Within months, we got that down to 11 hours per well, just by focusing on automating a process. No automated equipment. There's still a derrickman at the monkey board. There's still a DC-powered rig. No cyber. It's just focusing on the process and seeing what becomes the critical path. The critical path is always the rotary table, and then what you can do off the critical path. And I think that's what we've learned there can be taken to any market, actually. I mean, it doesn't mean you'll get it down to 3.8 days per well, but if you really focus on offline factory type approach, you can reduce your cost. And when we talk about offline, most people think you can pick up tubulars on the drill floor. No, this is multi-dimensional offline. It's offline on the drill floor. It's offline in the derrick. It's offline under the rig floor. It's 2 circulating systems, so you can cement a well offline while you're drilling in another slot online. So it's been a good experience, and happy to share our knowledge with ONGC at any time if there's an interest.
Thank you very much, Kurt. Ahmed.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that, if we are allowed to just think ahead of how a drilling rig could be run down the road. I think the element of artificial intelligence is going to come at some point to this industry heavily. We all grew up hearing about India being the masters of IT, but it's not just India. I'm talking about the entire drilling industry. And Iadc has taken an initiative in utilizing artificial intelligence in the safety or ensuring the safety of our people on board the rig by developing a tool called RigEye. RigEye is basically a system that attaches a very small camera to the helmet, and it acts very similar to the CCTV. So there is a lot of video recording that's feeding the machine learning system to be developed to the level that whenever there is someone walking on the rig wearing his hard hat and there is an unsafe act or an unsafe condition, this fed and well-educated system will pop an alarm for him to watch out for the condition or the situation in front of him. But I think it can very well go beyond that. I mean, personally, I'm very much in favor of technology for the sake of helping us performing our job safely and efficiently without contradicting too much with the employment rates, because this is also another responsibility. I think artificial intelligence can be extended very much into the predictive maintenance. I think a lot of ideas about utilizing it to anticipate about what's coming up and what's happening in the wellbore based on certain indicators, the instrumentation, and maybe giving us earlier signs of what might be coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dave.
Yeah, so I would say maybe not in the near term, but in the long term, you can see a place for robotics to come in. We're currently using robotics in a few operations for riser running. We did that first phase due to the fact that they don't need to be intrinsically safe in that phase of the well. But the next phase for the robotics that we'll be using will be for more of the drilling operations, which will then remove some of the personnel demand possibly on the rigs. So as more rigs come into the region, you'll be able to utilize the talent that's there if it doesn't grow organically.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right. Any of you that would be able to share examples of successful advancements that have helped advancements in drilling that have significantly reduced costs? And it doesn't need to be from India, but I'm talking about technology advancements. You've touched on some of them, and Kurt, you were talking about maybe it's not technology but process. Anybody else? Yes, please, Ramesh.
So we should know what are we doing. We are trying to drill a well. That is the objective. Okay, drill a well which is doesn't fall in the sick category quickly. So I think the focus is coming up. How to make wells which don't go into the sick categories, they produce longer, without going for a workover. Because if you go for a workover or a redevelopment, again, it's a cost. So we have to get the cost per barrel sustained for a longer period of time. I think today the technology is changing. More downhole tools are coming up. I have seen with many operators, even Schlumberger is pioneering many of those activities on downhole. On the well design, the wellhead equipment, a lot of challenges are there where you make the integrity of the well stronger. Like, in many areas, the ONGC still uses multi-layered wellheads. A unitized wellhead will save a lot of time in optimizing minimum leakage potential externally. And I think those areas, I'm sure experts of ONGC are there, or the well engineering is the area where really we need to strengthen how to get the best from that reservoir, from that well.
Thank you very much. So in your talk, in Ramesh's talk earlier today, he mentioned that sustainability and sustainable is one of the words, the buzzwords that we use all the time and that we hear all the time, and so that is what it is. But do you see the integration of sustainable practices and advanced drilling technologies evolving over the coming years? Will we see, will this impact how we're doing things and what technologies we are employing? Anybody? You don't have to.
So I think we'd all like to see our emissions reduced or eliminated. Obviously, that can only happen if there's a fuel source which is readily available around the world, which is not there yet. But it is coming because the shipping industry have made some huge pledges around emissions and what they're going to do, and there's a lot of technologies out there and some pilot projects, ammonia-powered ships, hydrogen-powered ships, but it's a long way off in the drilling business, I think, because basically you just have to re-engineer. It have to be almost a new build type units. But it will come. It will come, and then somewhere we say the rigs are not going to get built. They're not going to get built in the very near future. In the long term, this industry probably will build rigs at some stage, and those I think will come with new technologies and how they're powered, but only as the world evolves to the ability to use different fuel sources.
I thought you, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, to add to that, my colleague presented earlier on sustainability, and he showed quickly one slide that showed in 2022, we reduced our diesel consumption by 5.5% over a fleet of 36 rigs, which is quite material. But we referred to it as the low-hanging fruit, and all it was a change in behavior on how you manage power management on the rig. Because typically, the company man, the OIM, they all want to have redundancy when it comes to running engines, when sometimes it's not really necessary. So what we incorporated, whenever we plan a task, we call it a toolbox risk assessment. We've added a step in that risk assessment on how many engines do you need to run to safely complete this task. That was it. We just had people on the rig focusing on that one question when we reviewed a task or planned a task. And a result of that, asking that simple question, getting our customers on board with this concept as well, we were able to, our baseline was in 2021. So in 2022, we reduced diesel consumption by 5.5% just by changing the behavior on the rig on how many rigs or how many engines you actually need online to complete a task.
Thank you. David?
To reference that same presentation, when I looked at it, you look at the TRIR that you had and achieved, and if you think back 20 years ago, those numbers were nowhere near that low. This is an innovative industry. It's what we do. It's what we're good at. You can see the process piece of it where you're improving your fuel burn just through the process. We've done a similar thing by cutting our fuel burn on most of our rigs by a similar number with using a fuel additive. Other rigs are using alter caps rather than brake resistors to dissipate power, and you're able to regen that power back into the rig. Those sort of processes will continue to grow within our industry. They'll be shared in places like this, and we'll get better, we'll get more efficient. And I truly believe that it's not as much an energy transition as an energy expansion. Countries like India, there's going to be more demand for this energy. We'll for sure need this new version of energy, but the demand for oil and gas is going to maintain, and I don't see our demand reducing anytime soon. But we'll figure out how to do it with a lower carbon impact, which will, the perception in our industry, or about our industry, will change over that time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, around, yes.
So, just to add on what you said, how to minimize emissions. Today, most of the rigs are working with diesel as the primary fuel. And if ONGC can, this is linked to the duration of the contract, if the contract duration can be extended by 5 to 7 years, then if the operator also assures gas supply to be used as a fuel for the rig, then that could be a cost which contractors could look at upgrade kits to the engines to see if they can diesel power the engines, which will save significantly the switch over from a diesel-based power generation to a gas-based, which will reduce emission to some extent on the power generation.
Thank you, thank you. So following up from the comment that you made, David, that could take us to the next section, which is about looking into the future. So what you were suggesting that, in the future, there will be many forms of energy that will coexist. And I think when you listen to analysts, they'll say it takes all kinds because there is a growing demand for energy out there. And this is even if there's efficiency being, some countries are becoming more and more efficient with their energy consumption, but there'll still be a growing demand. And this is not least the case here in India, which is a rapidly growing economy. And it happens for India in the face of wanting to reduce the dependence on imports. Now, what will that future look like? What forms of energy will coexist, and what do we think, what will be the role of oil and gas in the future, etc.? I know, Venkat, that you've made some thoughts about that. Maybe you can share that with us.
Yeah, we have invested quite a lot in wind, of course onshore, but now India is getting into offshore wind, both in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat. We are also looking into getting into it as a service industry, not to own and operate, but to do some services in the field of offshore, where we have some expertise in the management of offshore assets and manpower. So this is something which offshore contractors can look into.
Very good. So you reckon that the existing energy companies will expand their footprint into adjacent energies? And
some of them may be the existing energy companies, but some of them may be new companies which are coming in.
I see.
But if you develop enough expertise to retrain the people we have and we get sufficient equipment,
right,
we can probably get into that area of operation.
Very
because it also involves operating at 150, 160 meters above sea level, where we have some trained manpower available with us. So these are some of the thoughts we have for future.
Very good, thank you. Would anybody else like to? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, when we talk about the future of energy, I mean, it's something that's been discussed for several years now. The Green New Deal the countries are promoting gained a lot of popularity. But what's kind of changed that view here recently is there's a war in Europe right now, and there's a war in the Middle East right now. And the war in the Middle East could escalate. I don't want to predict, but could escalate within the region. So now the tide has somewhat changed from replacing hydrocarbon-based energy with renewables to energy security. And it's a big deal right now. And it's a big deal around the globe. When you look at the news now, all you see in Gaza is we need fuel, we need fuel, we need fuel, right? You're not going to fight wars with electric tanks. Not going to happen. You're not going to fight wars with a grid that's powered by windmills. It's not going to happen. Is there a place for sustainable or renewable energy to be part of our power grid? Absolutely, and it should be. Is it going to replace hydrocarbon energy anytime soon? No, it's not. Near term, no. In the future, doubtful. Maybe at some point in the world or in time, it could, but we don't see it that way. We need to become more responsible how we can reduce our footprint in a carbon-based energy economy. Absolutely, we need to do our best to do that. But does it get replaced or go away anytime soon? We just don't see that happening.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Well, from an Indian point of view, I think India's sort of oil consumption is growing by leaps and bounds. I think what we are at 4.5 million barrels a day now. And in the next 15 years, I think forecasts are it will go to 8 million plus. I think our coal mix, our dependence on coal, our dependence on oil will stay for a longer period of time. So that obviously bodes well for the Indian drilling industry. There have been attempts. I think we have made massive strides in solar. And I think there are a couple of business houses that are investing heavy money in hydrogen. But all that takes time to pan out. In the meantime, obviously, the buzzword right now is energy security. And I think where India, until now, of course, in our own drilling industry, what we've seen, that where I think we fell short is that we did not long-term plan on the number of, say, for example, the number of oil rigs we needed. Just 3 years back, I think Aban's, sold its entire, the banks that control Aban's fleet sold the entire modern fleet of Aban outside of India, and now we are struggling to find rigs to come into India. So that just shows that there was no long-term planning, because these rigs, the banks sold at 30 million each, and now we are looking to rebuild them at 200 million each. So if you just see what's changed in 3 years, so that shows that we allowed these rigs to leave Indian ownership, and now we are struggling to, get them back. So it just shows that we did not have, long-term planning. I think we succumbed to the fact that we succumbed to all this initial hype about alternate energy, and Greta Thunberg seems to be strangely quiet these days. Because we've seen that without hydrocarbons at the moment, the world just cannot move on. So as far as India is concerned, just to reiterate my point, yes, we are making strides, we are making big investments, but that's more from a longer term point of view. I think there's a lot of money being put in. We need to get hydrogen costs down to, less than $1 a sort of kilo from $7, $8 now. And so people are looking at scale. In solar, we have seen solar prices drop, by about 90% from what it was a decade back. So we have made strides, but India being India, in the sense of our size, of our sort of consumption patterns, and so on, it's going to take a long time before, we glean ourselves of hydrocarbons.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. The way I see it, for India, the most populous nation in this planet, we will require all forms of energy. $157 billion was our oil import bill last year. 87.6% of the energy was imported. We are having 48.3% coal usage in our energy production. So yes, I agree with my fellow panelists here. A country which is rapidly developing from the 5th largest economy to 3rd largest economy in the world, to meet the aspirations of growing country, all forms of energies are welcome. And IEA and OPEC estimates that with current about 5.1 million barrel, give or take, our usage, this will go up to 7.8 million barrels by 2030. So the mix is going to be there. Our Prime Minister has set up the target that if India could put a target of reducing 10% of the energy import that we do. And that's a massive number, because right now it's going up just because of the country aspirations and the demand.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what Kurt and Manav said. It definitely is all about all forms of energy being required for the future. So as far as we stand, 85% of source of energy or energy consumption today comes from hydrocarbons, oil and gas, and 15% comes from renewables. There are some statistics that followed what happened during COVID, which was associated with a 40% slash in the E&P budgets across the world. A lot of companies, a lot of countries woke up in the middle of pandemic, requiring rigs and announcing plan to increase production. Saudi Aramco announced a plan to increase their offshore production capacity by 1 million barrels in the middle of COVID. Kuwait did the same thing. UAE announced their 5-year expansion plan and kept hiring rigs. So all this happened in the middle of COVID, not for a short term, but everyone, and ONGC as well, for sure. Over the last 2 to 3 years, the number of rigs that are joining the country. So this is all because of the kind of shortage that's anticipated down the road. I've been reading articles about an expected increase in investments in the oil field industry by 20% over the next 5 years. So as of today, the total annual investment is around 260 billion a year. It's expected to go to 320 billion a year, and that's to offset two things: the increasing world population and the natural decline we are facing of 6 to 8% or 5 to 7%, whatever you call it. So it definitely is all about how much each sector is ready. As Kurt said, I think from an oil and gas perspective, there needs to be a lot of focus on reducing emissions, or increasing the carbon capturing projects worldwide. And of course, on the renewable side, there needs to be more preparedness for them to be able to contribute a resilient and sustainable source of energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to comment on this? Okay. So right now, the primary source of energy on the rig is diesel. What do you think will be in the future? Will it be grid power? Will it be ammonia? Will it be hydrogen? Or will it still be diesel? And now let's think 10 years into the future.
So I think diesel power will definitely, be around to power rigs. We're looking at some different option as well with hybrid battery options. We're looking at a system through Siemens where when you hit peak load, it can take an engine off, the battery kicks in, it allows you to go through your peak load. I'm talking this at a very high level because that's really the only way I understand it. And then once peak load is reduced, then the battery goes offline, you're back on your engines and you're recharging the battery. We looked at doing this with one of our customers, and we offered to split the expense 50-50 to put this on one of our rigs. And when they did their cost-benefit analysis, because like in India, the rest of the world, the operator pays for the fuel on the rig, they couldn't find a way over a period of time for that contract that they would get their investment back based on less diesel consumption. But there's technology out there that works for the rigs. That just happens to be one that we have an interest in. When it comes to hydrogen based power for the rigs, I'm not sure that's going to happen anytime soon. Certainly this hybrid battery solution is an on-the-shelf product that you can buy and install today. We're also looking at a program that's going to happen in the North Sea where we actually plug into a wind farm to our main bus bar on the rig to power the rig. In case there's a lack of wind to have enough power to operate your rig, then the rig's generators, engines become, in the perfect world, if it all works properly, becomes the redundant way of power to power your rig. So the industry's certainly looking at it. I personally think there will be some form of alternatives to diesel-powered power generation. 100%, I think that's a way off.
Okay, thanks a lot. Is there an opportunity for collaboration between operators and drilling contractors to drive energy efficiency and sustainability in drilling practices? Or is there not? Ramesh?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we are all in the pursuit of getting energy requirements for the globe. So it is not a just drilling industry. We drill wells for the operator. And always there is an element of collaboration, which is already there. Maybe we have to strengthen it in many areas. As I said earlier, how to drill that oil, how to drill that well faster, efficiently, safer. That is the objective of getting this drilling going on. So definitely there is an element of collaboration required, which I will strengthen further.
Okay.
I agree with that. There'll be collaboration, but it tends to have the best collaboration always happens on the longest term contracts. It's as simple as that. You know, if you're not going to do anything in a year's contract, on the 5-year contract or 10-year contract, you can do all sorts of stuff collaboratively. And when everybody's in it together and sets those goals up at the start, you can see the long term together.
Very good.
Well, we have examples. I remember in 2005, Mr. Subir Raha, the then chairman of ONGC, called drilling contractors and said, order new rigs. We will give you long-term contracts, and in the current day rates, you will be able to get the bank financing, and we will get the assets. We will work together as partners and sort of solve that. And we, at that point of time, ordered 2 rigs with Keppel FELS, make sure that the design is approved with ONGC and sort of work together. So an operator and a drilling contractor, ultimately the aim is the same, to produce oil as efficiently as possible, to produce energy as efficiently as possible. So yes, out-of-the-box thinking in today's day and age, and very much collaborations are possible. Out-of-the-box thinking is possible. And I see a very positive mood towards it as well.
Please.
I think one area where we can possibly collaborate is on spare parts. Because, each one of us keeps a whole pile of spares. And if, for example, pile hammers. I think we got 35 pile hammers in the country, right? And I don't think fishing tools, and I don't think so many pile hammers are needed because you use it once and then, so somewhere along the line, I think a collaboration in terms of centralizing some sort of spare part inventory so that we all cut down our cost of operation.
All right. So, David?
I'd just say real quick, I think the only way it happens is with the collaboration. I think with the contractors and our capital constraints, we'll rely on the operators to help support us to drive some of these technologies through, as well as we won't be doing the right thing if we aren't collaborating, if we're all not aiming for the same goal. If we go in different directions, even with a discussion around which potential alternative fuels you'll use, it's hard to have a rig that's running on ammonia someday or hydrogen, and then you leave a region and that supply isn't available in that next region. So are you then reconverting your rig back to what it was before? So we have to collaborate. That way we're all kind of pulling on the same end of the rope.
Go ahead.
I have a much more mundane thing to talk about in terms of cooperation. We would like to invest on a lot of trainees. As Sir Ravi Seth said, we are facing a massive manpower shortage. We all would like to invest on, but then there are things like, if the operator is more proactive, we can have more trainees on board and train them up for future. This is something which we can think of.
Very good. Thank you very much. Sorry, you just a small one.
Yeah, just want to add a small example or a small model for collaboration between operator and drilling contractor to enhance efficiency. is the model that Saudi Aramco is applying today to their drilling contractors. So Addis, by the end of 2023, will be operating a total of 33 jackup drilling rigs of the 92 that Aramco is operating. And they have introduced a model called REI, or Rig Efficiency Index. So there is a tender where everyone is invited, or the qualified bidder are invited to participate, and then you are awarded a contract if you are technically and commercially L1. And from there, there is a consistent performance measurement criteria that includes HSE, uptime, local content, so on and so forth. And towards the end of the contract, based on the scoring, you are rewarded for the good performance. So if you score 70% or higher, the contract can potentially be extended for 3 years. 80 and higher, 5 years. 90 and higher, 10 years, and so on and so forth. So it gives a win-win type model or opportunity on both sides to enhance efficiency, and drilling contractors get more business, which everyone is after, for this improved efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And last, one comment I'll add on with what was it? To give example, we operate in ADNOC. We have 2 rigs working in ADNOC, and I am very proud to say that both the rigs have been consistently getting a well bonus. They turn around the drilling wells well ahead of their planned AFE days. Both the rigs consistently for the last 3 years have been getting well bonuses. This big motivation factor, not only for the operator as well as for the contractor and the crew. They feel so happy to get the bonus. The bonus goes to the individual, not to the company.
Thank you very much. Now, I've used about 30% of the questions that I hadn't written down for you, and it's now exactly 9 minutes and 54 seconds till our time is up. And I think we should use those and give a few in the audience an opportunity to ask you questions. And when you do that, maybe there's somebody you want to direct it to, the question, or if not, I will just look for volunteers.
Lars, as usual, I'm the first one. But while I'm thinking, I'm thinking, how can I use these guys for us over here in India? That's what I was thinking. And I should first thank Mr. O.P. Singh, because that was his idea. And I've never seen so many high-power guys sitting on one panel over here in India. And I'm thinking, what can we do with this? And they have come up with a lot of questions. So what I want to do is, through Iadc, take one of these questions, make a workshop, and see if we can solve that. And try to get a ministry also into the picture for them to understand what our problems are. We were talking about attrition, so many things, collaboration. So we can take one project, and maybe we can get these high-power guys, over the net, and see if we can solve the issues, whatever they brought. And what I was thinking is, how can I use these guys for us over here in India through Iadc? Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Actually, we have been talking about the substitute for diesel, and maybe the industry opinion is emerging that it is not possible in the short term to replace the hydrocarbons. We have been talking about collaboration for a long-term contract. The point comes to my mind, can we collaborate between operator, the drilling contractors, and service provider for generation of hydrogen energy? Actually, hydrogen is, again, it is taken out from the natural gas. The methane gas is the best supplier for hydrogen. So the only problem with the hydrogen energy as on today is the transportation problem, because it has to be transported in cryogenic condition, minus 250 degrees or so. So can we collaborate for generation of the hydrogen instead of going for the other collaborations, because it is the future for the energy outlook, if I may say, because these hydrocarbons are not going to be lasting forever. And in the Indian context, where the resource base is very, very limited, less than 0.5%, with the 16% of the world population, this mismatch is never going to be addressed soon. So I think in next 7 to 10 years, hydrogen should be the answer for the energy replacement.
So your question is, whether there is an opportunity for collaboration in the area of deployment of hydrogen. Would anybody, any takers?
Yeah, I will take it on, Mr. Bose. As a Foresight Group, we are also into shipping business, and today we are building up one of the Bhavnagar facility to be a integrated port project, which can handle cargo as well as LPG and LNG. Definitely, there's a possibilities there, but we need to understand who is the consumer of the hydrogen first. It has to be until we know where is the destination and who's going to produce it. Definitely, it has to do a lot more study to understand the whole cycle of production to distribution, because before we go into a collaboration. We can talk about it separately, sir. Definitely, we'll liaise with you.
Sir, one more question.
There is one here, yeah.
So everybody is talking about the performance and efficiency improvements. So we need to have a collaborations. Okay, we as an operator from the ONGC side and our business partners as a drilling contractors, the performance drilling, wherever we want to have a performance drilling, as it has been told, that completing the well in 3.8 days. And here we are doing the same offshore wells in 45 days or 40 days. So need to collaborate for the performance drilling. As he has rightly pointed out, the process improvements. But process improvements needs to improve up to certain points only, not completely. So definitely technology, as you have already told us 3 times, that technology needs to be improved. But see, here in ONGC or in an Indian market, we have all technology with us, right from the rotary steerable to the SOBM to the high reach wells to the maximum technology we have. But still we cannot able to improve the performance. Efficiency we cannot able to improve. So need collaborations for that. And another is challenges drill through the depleted reservoir. That also plays a very important role. So unless until we'll collaborate for well engineering part also, what we require to have, how to produce the wells, that plays an important role. Another is exploring explorations, a tough terrain like HPST, like ultra shallow waters, which needs to be seen, especially for the Indian market to be increase the production. So these are the challenges needs to be collaborated with our partners and how they can able to improve on this. We want to hear from them.
Anybody wants to comment on this? It's a lot.
I think, Amit, yes, there are areas to collaborate. Definitely, I think many of us have global experience working with multiple operators. Definitely, we can engage to see how we can bring the best from outside to help you build and drill a better well. Definitely.
Thank you.
No, just going to add a small thing with regards to collaboration for performance based on what I think most of us have seen. It's very important that this starts from the operator side, because in what I've seen, if contractor doesn't see any value for continuous improvement and the market turns down and he tries to get the fair day rate and equals to everyone else, and there is no recognition for the good performance, although he might be the best performer, then I think this kind of collaboration doesn't surface as operators expect. But whenever the operator drives this, that's when the difference happens.
Yeah, and to add to that, Ahmed, yeah, 3.8 days per well. That's what we do in the Gulf of Thailand. But it's really driven by the operator as well, because what we have is if you're not committed to having a performance-based culture, you'll never get there. And what we refer to a performance-based culture, we have a term for it. We call it one team, one goal. And it's getting everybody involved in the well construction process, involved in what we're going to do, planning together, working together, and together figuring out how we're going to get there quicker, cheaper, and safer. So if you don't have that collaboration between all of the business partners that are involved in the construction process, it's difficult to get there. Because we believe the industry works today, and it's served us well in a best effort approach, where every business partner, service provider, comes out in their best effort silo. They tell the customer, we're not gonna hurt anybody, and we're not gonna have any downtime. That's great, but it's a best effort approach. If you want to take it to the next level, to where you actually have a performance-based culture, you need to get out of these individual operating silos, and everyone works together to meet the objectives of the operator. Because as an industry, we can do better than best effort if we're all willing to collaborate, everyone together.
Thank you very much for that. And now this takes us to the end of this session. I want to thank you for excellent answers, excellent and thoughtful comments. Really, really appreciate it, and for general good behavior. So thank you very much. Let's give the panel a big round of applause.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that wonderful presentation. We would like to invite on stage Mr. Mike DuBose to present mementos to the panelists and the moderator. May we please request Mr. DuBose to present a memento to Mr. Doug Halkett. Now to present a memento to Mr. Kurt Hoffman. Next in line we have Mr. Ahmed Abdul Hadi. Mr. Ravi Seth. Mr. P. Venkateswaran. Mr. Manav Kumar. Mr. Ramesh Venkatraman. Mr. David McQuilkin. And last but not the least, our moderator, Mr. Lars Jorgensen. Let's give a huge round of applause to the moderator for conducting the session so beautifully, and all the panelists. you, gentlemen, once again for your time. Your presence and experience has been very valuable to each one of us. And we certainly look forward to more interaction with you throughout the day and the session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would once again like to remind you that the e-posters showcasing some technical presentations are displayed at the Malabar, which is adjacent to the pre-function area. Also, the history wall is on display as well, so please do visit that. We would take a quick 15-minute tea and coffee break, and then we shall meet here for some more interesting topics to be discussed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly be seated as we are about to begin in a few moments from now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin our next session. May I please request you to kindly be seated? Friends, we would like to welcome you back after the tea and coffee break. May I please request you to kindly come in and be seated? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly be seated as we're about to begin in a few moments from now.
In progress is for NOV, HXT design, which a lot of us are running. So it's being qualified. And at current, Transocean has purchased 2 and have them operational on the Invictus, which is the one you see in the picture, and one we've recently installed on the DD3 that was down in Suriname. So 2 applications with us operating. Just to be clear, this is not a Transocean technology. This is free. This is available, I should say, to anyone, right? So we've paired up with this company called Kinetic Energy Sources. These guys have been active in the design, sourcing it, and we partnered with them to develop. So I said in the video, shears and seals on anything, less than a second. There are some limitations, we'll talk about them, but in general, here's a couple of pictures. Here's a typical 8.5-inch tool joint, yeah? 18 3/4 casing with a 6 5/8 heavy wing landing string in it. Can you see it just completely goes across it? We've sheared it on slick line, braided E-line. Here's a 9.5-inch drill collar. So you see the amount of energy this thing produces and the clean cut it makes, right? It doesn't collapse the pipe notably at all. So it leaves you a good fishing and essentially a clean fish to retrieve. So I mentioned it's a pyromechanical gate valve. Deployment methods. So ideally, the simplest solution is to integrate it into the existing BOP. So you essentially change out the bonnets on, say, a shear ram. The ones we've done, we've sacrificed the casing shear ram to outfit this KBOS. You can add it to the stack as a separate body if you've got the room, dedicated, if you will. You can also run it independently. So there's been some work in this space, like running it independent on the wellhead, and then a separate control system back to surface. So it'd be an addition to the BOP. Some pretty unique solutions being thought of after the fact, right? The original design was all about being able to shear anything in the well. Now, once we got it operational, people are looking at different advantages that you could use this for, right? So I want to talk a few of those. One is that we call it a DP, or a shallow water enabler. What's that mean? Well, you know, one of the challenges we've got right now, we saw it with the marketing update we heard earlier, is that, you know, there's not a lot of rigs in this shallow water class, right? So at least for us, we're being asked to go back into a lot shallower waters with these deep water rigs, which typically have 65-second EDSs. Makes it very challenging, if not almost impossible to do. So this allows you to secure the well in less than 1 second with a shear, which of course gives you faster EDS times. It's definitely an alternative to BOP tethering, which we are doing in some of these specialized applications. It eliminates the need for that. And just an example, you know, here's a typical EDS we've wrote up, assuming you've got a KPOS. You're looking at like 6 to 20 seconds, depending how you want to configure it, that you can be unlatched. So you're basically dependent on the time it takes for the connector, LMRP connector to unlatch. And the one that's not listed there, but it's kind of a recent thing, is you know, when you talk about going into some of these very sensitive environmental areas, remote areas, we've done some in the Arctic, you know, where you might need 2 rigs. One would be dedicated relief well for drilling. You could envision something like this in its independent mode, run before you put your BOP on. If you encounter a problem, you know, you can shut this and then use the rig and the existing BOP to drill the relief well. So there could be lots of benefits, if you will, to have a KPOS available to you. So where have we deployed it? Well, we've, like I mentioned, we've had it in the Gulf of Mexico, Suriname, which that rig's going back to the Gulf of Mexico. We've had it accepted by various entities, both the regulatories and operators. So Bessie, to give you an example, for the U.S. Gulf of Mexico, MP in Brazil, Aramco in Saudi Arabia, Suriname, Canada, these have all adopted the solution or the technology. On the 2 rigs we've had run, performance-wise, we've got 360 days wet on the Invictus, no failures, and right at 9,500 days now wet on the DD3 with no failures. So reliability looks good. It has the chamber's isolated. The technology is just pyrotechnics. It's the same thing being used when they fire these rocket boosters on the space shuttles, et cetera. So it's a very proven technology. And we monitor for humidity. We run a self-diagnostic on it. So you don't test, right? There is no testing of this thing. You're very in the what was the previously casing shear ram cavity. Good. That was the presentation. Any questions? Is it certified? Yes. Yeah, the OEMs worked with us, no pushback. I mean, they obviously weren't thrilled with us going for a solution outside of them. But as it stands now, they're on board with us. So we've been able to get certification on it. And we don't have any in service for 5 years, but we'll be inspected just like any other pressure control device. Yeah. No questions? None. It's fired by a pyrotechnic charge set by electrics. So there's no volume requirement to function whatsoever. Once you fire it, you have to open it back with an ROV because it doesn't have a hydraulic chambers. So that's one difference. And then, of course, like a typical shear ram under most certifying places, you have to pull after you shear, right? So if you use a shear ram in Ernst and shear pipe, you typically have to recover and inspect, replace. Same.
Yeah, anybody has any question?
This one thing, this is still being under test or trial test. Is it accepted by APA now?
Yes, still testing. Yes, still qualifying. The seal function has been tested and works like we're showing here in this video, but it still goes through so many cycles, conditions, et cetera, to satisfy API. So that qualification is still in process. The shear seal, the shear version is fully approved. Yeah. But it's still a case by case to get with the regulator in the country we're trying to operate with and meet with the customer, obviously, so that we're all comfortable and we get approval to run it. But some of the more stricter certifying bodies have approved it. Well, we've run it already. You mean in India?
No, not India. So how many runs you have so far?
We've got it on 2 working rigs for Transocean.
Okay. And how many times you fired it?
We haven't had to fire it yet.
So we'll look at it at that time. Okay.
Not in situ.
Yeah, Mr.
Hopefully
Michael, one question. In your presentation, you have shown it will save the field transit time. It will reduce.
Yes.
So how it will do that?
That was mentioning using a DP vessel versus a moored vessel, right? In other words, using a DP vessel in shallower water, which we may not have in the past. Understood?
Yeah. Can you please come again? I didn't get you.
Yes. Sorry, let me go. I can't go back, but yeah, that point was up there to try to.
Okay. Thank you.
Which right now, probably 1,500, 1,200 is your low end.
Is there any risk in using this technology in means shallow waters?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Jack-up rigs,
BOPs. Surface stacks.
Yes, can we use this technology?
Yeah, they've got a solution.
Is there any risk?
Risk?
Yes, with using pyro technique walls?
I don't think there are for the, in this application. It's got a circuit, kind of highly protective, just like you do on downhole tools. I've not heard that. We've got them. We've not installed them. We don't have any surface stack rigs anymore, but we do know the application's been used. They've sold to, forget the name. Well, who was it, Dave? The company that they've installed for on some surface applications? So there's a couple been sold to somebody running surface stacks. I can't remember who it was.
Thank you.
Yeah. I can find out.
What is the temperature limitations for operating this one? If it's in a deep sea environment, seaway temperature ranges?
Temperature limitations? None that I'm aware of.
Any more question?
Hello, hi. If the primary method of closing this BOP fails, so is there any secondary thing to operate it?
No. You mean if this fails to operate or fire, it would be useless. Yeah, there's no, you could use ROV to open it back up, but not to close it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. May I please request Mr. Ravi Shankar to present Mr. Michael Shaw with a memento, please? May I now call on stage Mr. Kabir Lulla to join us and present Mr. Ravi Shankar with a memento. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. The moderator for the next session is Sanjay Kumar Singh, ED Chief Engineering Services Offshore. May I please request him to join us on the moderator's chair? To talk about collaboration success stories in India marine activities and jack up punch throw, we have with us Mr. Wayne Allen, Director Marine Operations Shelf Drilling. Wayne Allen is a seasoned maritime professional with over 2 decades of experience in the industry. He currently serves as the Director of Marine Operations at Shelf Drilling in Dubai, UAE, a role he has held since 2018. Prior to this, Wayne has held positions at Transocean, both as Marine Operation Manager and Lead for Marine Operations and Regulatory. His extensive background underscores his expertise in managing and ensuring the safety of offshore operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please give up for Wayne Allen.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back in India. Again, Wayne Allen, Director of Marine Operations for Shelf Drilling, and I look after a fleet of 36 jackup rigs worldwide. So over my 23-year career, I've been in positions offshore and onshore. The last 17 years of my career, I've been oversight from the corporate office of all the marine operations for these jackups. During this time, I've been able to provide oversight for over 3,000 moves, quite a few moves. And just within Shelf Drilling, since the start, we've performed over 1,500 moves, which averages out to about 140 a year. So busy times with jackups, and when you get to see this many rig moves and be involved in them, you get to see the good, you get to see the bad, and unfortunately the ugly. So as you know, with jackups, there's 2 big risks. One is on the well control side, and the other is on the rig move side. I've heard a lot of discussion on drilling and well control, and I can tell you that I don't know much about it at all. So I'm going to take the other topic. the rig move side. And just to share before we move on the presentation, rig move number 1 for me. So I was basically 1 week out of college from the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, and I was assigned to a rig in Venezuela. And I saw a couple things there that maybe had me questioning whether I was going to continue on with my career. One was first punch through on rig move number 1 for me, and the second was 170 foot of penetration and 14-foot water depth. That's still the deepest penetration that I've seen, and it happened on my first rig move. So very interesting start amongst other things that happened during that. All right. Okay, so the main objective today is to cover 2 good collaboration success stories on the marine side, one on the west coast of India, one on the east. And overall, these were both win-win situations for the contractor, for Shelf Drilling, and for the customer. In addition, I want to share one topic that I think needs more collaboration within this group, within the industry, and it's jack-up punch-through. So I want to share some tips on that, and obviously from anyone else in the room that has some punch-through stories, it would be good to hear from you through collaboration as well. All right, with that being said, I'm going to get kicked off on the first topic on the east coast of India. Okay, so a bit of a background story to this. There's a particular field on the east coast of India that only mat rigs have operated on in the past. All right, there's deep penetration. There's some reasons why this particular customer in the past didn't operate independent leg jackups. All right, so we went through a 4-step process, as you can see on the screen, and basically we wanted to identify what the concerns were. And then we wanted to prepare for these concerns, and then collaborate together, work together on it, and come up with solutions in the next. So I'll walk through the first set of problems that we had. And the first one was, can a jackup work next to these platforms? So with the platform leg batter, the spud can sitting next to it, can it work or not? So that was a valid concern. Secondly, deep penetration. So we got some preliminary soil data, and it showed that maybe 100, 120-foot penetration. Definitely a big concern. Along the way, when you're getting to that 120-foot penetration, a few of the locations showed punch-through. So another concern to worry about. Once you get the legs down to 100, 120-foot penetration, then we have leg extraction issues. There was a very sticky clay, the soil data showed. And obviously that leads into budget concern issues. Okay, the next one, footprint interaction. So once an independent leg jackup is removed from the location, obviously with 120-foot of hole in the ground, there could potentially be issues with spud can interaction with other rig types. So we need to address that as well. In addition, previously there was a rig operating nearby. It was a very large, heavy rig, and it did experience quite a bit of delays. Obviously, budget concerns again. So we need to make sure that we have a plan in place to address that. The last is storm survivability. If anyone knows the east coast of India, it's a very active typhoon season, almost year-round. There's a few months when it's not. Similar to issues on the west coast, obviously we had a major storm come through recently. And so that very active area needed to be investigated further as well. So with these items, what we did is went back and we went to the preparation phase. So the subject matter experts within our company, we all got together and we looked at each of these items and what can we present to the customer to work together to have a solution for the right rig, and also to show the customer that if we work together on this and we can provide a different solution than the previous only one rig type that had worked in this area. All right, so what we did is we presented a full package in the end. There was a solutions discussion, there's question and answer, and in the end, alignment on all these. So to start with, we looked at what's the ideal rig type for this type of operation. We wanted to cover the deep penetrations, the punch-through risk, leg extraction, the future footprint interaction, and the storm all in one package, right? So the rig type that we chose would cover all these items. And we showed reasoning why as well, that we could use this rig type to provide solutions. So we provided penetration curves for all the platforms that were going to be drilled on, right? So that gave us a lot of information on what this rig type would actually penetrate to, and then we could plan around that. So whenever we provided that, it also allowed us to do a really detailed preload plan for each platform, and this would address the punch-through potentials as well. There's ways to mitigate punch-through, and we'll get into that in detail as the third topic. And so we had this detailed plan in place. So if we get the legs preloaded, then we don't have the punch-through risk. We still have to worry about leg extraction. So this particular rig type was good with a well-known history of leg extraction as well. It's a beefier rig, and you can be a bit rougher than some other types that are out there, more recent rigs. When it came to footprint interaction, we chose a rig that there are other rig types that have the same footprint. So instead of there being a one-off rig that goes to these platforms and then other rigs can't visit, which gives the customer a little option, we chose a rig type that there are two other major rig manufacturers that match the same footprint, right? So that gave a large number of options for the customer. Okay, so with the leg extraction side, it is a big concern, and the previous rig that operated there, I think it was 3 weeks or so that they spent pulling legs or waiting on weather and pulling legs, a combination of that. So with that timeline, that would blow a lot of budgets. So what we did is we came up with historical information, similar penetration, similar soil type, and looked at how long it actually took us with this rig type to pull legs. And that gave us a very accurate timeline based on history. And that's what we presented, and the numbers were much less than 3 weeks. They were less than a week, actually, roughly 3 to 7 days time frame. Okay. Whenever we talked about the storm mode, there was a good collaboration here with the customer and the contractor. Both of us went and did our own site-specific assessment. 2 different companies, and we were able to compare the results to make sure that everything was in alignment. And that checked the box again. So in the end, all the concerns that were there before and that had been there for many years, they were alleviated. And in the end, the last step in it is execute, plan, and review results. So this rig went under contract. The first rig on the east coast of India, independent leg jackup, that went on these platforms, right? So we visited 3 different platforms on this drilling campaign. And number one, the penetration was limited by a strategy that we put in place that would also allow for easier leg extraction. And if there was a storm, we had a plan in place for that as well to add additional preload. There were no punch-throughs. They were managed through rig move procedures, management of change, and preloading with the hull at a safe air gap as required or hull in the water, which we'll again cover later. The leg extraction on this was actually better than the timeline on average through the 3 platforms. So consider that a big success, and that was budget savings for the customer as well. So overall on this first collaboration, it was a win-win for both companies. Successful campaign, we basically worked together and found solutions, and the end result showed it. Okay? Now moving on to the second topic. So we're going to move over to the west coast of India now. And if you see the term frond mats, most people may not know what that is. Basically, it's scour protection. It's a little different than the old sandbags and things like that. So a bit of newer technology, and this is a first in kind in India. So what we did is we went with the customer to find out, again, what are the concerns. And I think we knew what the concerns were on this particular location. It is very strong currents and scour. So I just want you to think for a second, what pops up in your mind when I say strong currents? There must be some picture that comes up. And then we'll have a look at a video that shows what we were dealing with. So have that picture in your mind, and let's see if this video will work. So this is from a rig that was in the strong current area, and it looks more like whitewater rafting than anything else. This is the leg from the main deck looking down, and you can see how fast the water's moving. This is west coast of India. This is peak spring tides. So scour, I think, is definitely a concern on this particular location with a hard sand bottom, and I don't know, it might be 6 to 8 knots current. I don't know what it was, but obviously very high currents. So overall, we identified the risk, and then we prepared for it. So what options are out there? And let's think out of the box a bit. So there was a proposal for this new to India frond mat installation. And that's something that took a lot of collaboration, customer, and also the contractor, and MWS in this case. So whenever we reviewed all this, there was an agreement, alignment, that we would try this new technology, frond mats. And it took a lot of, again, collaboration, because we had a lot of logistics, getting these in country. There was deployment. There was a long list of things that need to be done: planning, procuring, transport, and deployment. So the teams worked really well together on that. And in the end, we got these things deployed, and we had some opportunities to improve it for in the future. So I'll go into what a frond mat looks like and the basic deployment of them without a lot of detail, but just to give you an idea of what we worked with. So the picture on the left is basically what a frond mat looks like, a single little version of it. And on the right-hand side, if you can see, it looks like almost like seagrass. The diver is down. The divers install this, and it kind of just floats around in the water, and it's meant to break up the water to prevent scour from happening or from happening so fast. So you can see the spud can on the seabed, and next to it is the frond mat in the stored method. So it's lowered to the seabed by a crane, and the straps removed, and you can see on the second picture that it starts to unroll. So the divers unstrap it, and it starts to unroll. And then on the third picture on the left, you can see that now it's unrolled, and the final picture is the final product. So instead of sandbags, we have this mat protection around the spud can. And overall, again, a success, no injuries, and it was actually done ahead of the timeline schedule that we had as well. So everyone was happy with this operation. Okay, now a big topic that I want to cover that in my role I have a passion for, making this not happen, right? So in the industry, there's many examples of punch through. Unless you've been on a rig or you're heavily involved in marine operations, most don't know a lot about it. They know that it caused a lot of damage, but what's really going on and what can we do to prevent it? So I want to walk through and, again, collaborate to make sure that the knowledge in this room, that I can share knowledge, and again, that knowledge can be shared throughout the industry to work together to make sure that doesn't matter competitor or not, we don't want to see any rigs torn up. We don't want to see any damage or downtime. And working together on this is a good way forward on it. So start with, what is a punch through? So basically, you have a harder layer, you have a softer layer under it. And at some point, as you're preloading, adding weight, the harder layer is going to give way, and it's going to be a rapid penetration, a vertical penetration that the jacking system can't keep up with. And most times it's going to result in damage. Okay, so consequences of a punch through. Leg damage, we've seen a lot of that. Platform damage, again, a rig falling into a platform. Fatalities, it has happened. I'll show some pictures of one punch through that was a very bad punch through and did result in fatality. So it's something that we have to take very serious. Total loss of rig. That's happened very recently in the last couple of years, maximum, a rig. And then on the environmental side, obviously if there's a total loss of rig, there's going to be an environmental impact as well. All right, so it's better to visualize what a punch through looks like if you haven't been involved with one. So on the next slide, I'll walk you through it. But basically, we have a centrifuge test that was done, a hard layer of sand over a soft clay. And there's a model spud can that's pushed down into it, and you can see the actual mechanism that happens with the punch through. So we'll watch it twice. I'll explain it around the first time, give you some things to look at, and then we'll watch it again to make sure you catch it all. So on the top, you can see a spud can coming down through sand layer, and then you have a weak clay under it. And right now you're seeing the sand, and as you start to see this bowl shape go down, you'll see a sand plug form, and that's where the punch through is happening right here. So obviously it's simulated, but this is kind of what's going on below the seabed in most cases. So keep an eye on the softer soil on the bottom, and you're going to start to see a flow mechanism as well. So if you're ever wondering what's going on during a preload operation and when the leg is going down deep into this mud, you can see that this mud starts flowing around the can. And in the end, when you extract the leg, a lot of the time with sticky clay, you have, 20, 30, 40 foot of mud on top. So I'll go back over it one more time. So you can have a good view of it. And again, watch whenever you go from the bowl shape to the straight lines, and that's where this rig would be leaning over heavily depending on how soft this soil is under it. So basically a lot of pressure, and then it all goes at once. And if you know a jack-up rig, 1 foot a minute jacking, 1.5 max probably, and it's not going to keep up with that. So if that video continued on, you would start seeing more and more soil flowing around, right? And so when you go to leg extraction, this video is helpful as well to understand it. So whenever you're flowing soil above, in the end to extract it, the soil is going to have to flow back around the spud can as well. So that same mechanism when you're pulling the can, you'll start to see the soil flowing back under, right? And that sand plug that was on the video, that basically acted as an extension to the spud can. So sometimes when we see a little different penetration than what was expected, a sand plug can form and be pushed down into this clay, and now it's basically a harder layer inside the clay that at some point is going to, I think we see it on the west coast of India, we see several rigs visit the same location, and each time it seems that there's a little bit less penetration. Things being dragged into the hole, harder sands or harder clay that goes into the bottom, and then when we re-preload on it, it makes a little bit less penetration. Okay. So I want to go through some tips on how we can mitigate or eliminate punch through and to be ready if it does happen. So the first thing is know your rig. And what do I mean by that? So is it a 3-chord rig? Is it a 4-chord rig? Is it an RPD prone rig, which is rack phase difference? That's something that has to be managed during jacking operations, and it becomes even more important to manage it whenever you have a punch-through situation. So also, depending on water depth, you need to know what angle of inclination that jacking should stop on this rig, right? If you don't know that, then the jacking control operator is probably going to induce damage to the rig and not even know it without, you get to a certain number, let's say 2 degrees on the bubble, and most rigs you actually jacking at that point, because if you continue jacking, you're going to tear something up. It's beyond the limits of the rig. So you have to have that number set. And there will be some curves in a couple of slides that are comparison curves of punch through, and it's rig types, it's water depth, it's air gap, and it'll show why it's important to know your rig, to know the water depth, to know your air gap. Those are all very important in punch through. Okay, so study the location data and know the penetration history. So what would that do? That's going to help us a lot. Number one, the customer, if they are giving us that is again customer collaboration with the contractor. And it's helping to prevent punch through, right? So the more data we have, the less likely we're going to have issues like what you just saw in the centrifuge. So there's areas of the world where we receive no soil data. Fortunately, on the west coast of India, where we do a lot of operations, there's great soil data. There's also great penetration history on most any platform you go to. And that helps out a lot. If there is a location where 7 other rigs have been to, and I check the bearing pressure of my rig, how much weight is loaded on the spud can and the full preload, then I know I have a good idea that I don't need to be hole in the water preload, that there's a big history there, and my rig is going in lighter. It's already been tested. But if I go to an area where the customer didn't provide any data, I have no choice but to be hole in the water, right? If you take any chance, you'll see later some pictures of what will happen. So having this data is critical, and the collaboration of that is. So closely monitoring air gap while preloading. So if we have a robust plan in place and we don't follow it, or we don't even know we're not following it, we're doing a long preload. West coast of India, on spring tides, you can have, let's say, 12-foot tidal range over a short period of time, let's say 6 hours. So if the barge master marine planner is not paying close attention, he doesn't have guys calling it from the deck, what he thought was hole in the water or 0-foot air gap is actually a 3-foot air gap now. And that's when we take our punch through. The result's going to be a lot different on that. It could be catastrophic difference depending on the rig type. So 3 feet, that's not very much, but it makes a huge difference compared to 0-foot air gap or hole in the water. The buoyancy effect is always your friend. Okay. The next item, having a competent operator. So that guy that I was talking about that got the air gap wrong, he's very important in this as well. If you have a green hat, someone on their first hitch, someone that knows nothing about jacking, you're looking for trouble, right? There's been documented cases where a punch through is happening and the jacking panel operator got confused in the panic and he's jacking in the wrong direction, so he's just making the situation worse, right? And in a situation like this, if I'm sitting here with my hands in my pockets, talking to the radio operator next door, and I'm not immediately ready with my hands on it, that split second of time and the reaction is very important on when you start to see the first signs of a punch through, right? If you're already starting to lower the hull, whenever you see it happening, you're ahead of it, and if it gets to a certain point, you just have to stop. But if you're not ready for it, then bad things are probably going to happen, all right? And again, does this guy know what this angle of inclination that he needs to stop at? If he doesn't know that, maybe he's jacking when there's a 5-degree lean, and again, something's going to be torn up. Maybe not because of the punch through, because how he reacted to the punch through. It could have been prevented. And then the last part is a simple trick. There's certain buttons that if you're doing an individual leg preload and you have a punch through potential, that you're not going to be using. Those buttons that could be accidentally pushed to lower one side or raise one side when you should have been doing the opposite. So a simple technique is to put a little cup or a cap over these certain buttons that you don't need to use. And that way, in that moment, you don't panic and push the wrong button. I've done it once before whenever I was a trainee rig mover and didn't realize it for about 30 seconds, and I was jacking the wrong direction. And fortunately, this was an area that it wasn't any major leg run, but if it would have been a big mistake on my side. So I learned from that early on, and I hope that others do as well. And there's been so much turnover in this industry that I'm not certain that right now we have that right. Looking at recent incidents, I don't think we do. So if you're a drilling contractor and you're hearing this, then I would say go back and make sure you have a competency assessment program for your jacking panel operator. And not just for the rig mover side, you know, that's a bit different, but the actual jacking panel operator. And keeping it simple, there's one particular rig manufacturer that it's rumored that they kept it really simple. So there's 3 colors on the jacking panel. There's red, there's green, and there's blue. So I think everyone knows what color a stop sign is. That's your red, stop. The grass is green. If you want to lower the hull to the grass, push the green button. The sky is blue. If you want to raise the hull, push the blue button. Take some of the thought process out with other colored buttons, right? Keep it simple, because in this, you have to react very quick, right? All right, the next part, this ties right back to your insurance. Ownership of your rig move procedures and management of change. So if you don't get this part right, you're not following it, and a big incident does occur and there's a claim, it's going to be hard to show you that you did your due diligence, right? If you don't have a rig move procedure, you have one, you didn't follow it.
We have already overshoot the time. Can we finish?
Say again?
We have already overshoot the time allotted to us.
Okay. The last few slides. Okay, the last bit, hull in the water. Any doubt whatsoever, no soil data. Keep the hull in the water. That's going to protect the rig. Buoyancy is your friend, as long as it's not too rough. All right, do not accept preliminary soil data. One of the pictures I'll show you here very shortly, the rig had preliminary soil data, and 2 days later, after an 11-degree punch through, they got the data that showed, the lab test showed the exact punch through. And the last one, be ready for it. Drills, and make sure you have recovery procedures. Okay, quickly, I'm going to go through these curves, and I can talk later about it. So what I want to show you is the differences in individual versus simultaneous preload. So this is 300-foot water depth. On the bottom, you have an air gap 0, 2, 5, and 8 foot. The point where all these curves start, that's where your punch through starts, the cutback. And if you look at simultaneous versus individual, you'll see that one, the curve goes further out than the other. Individual leg preload is going to be safer. Not totally safe. If you're at a 5-foot air gap, you can see that there's still going to be, from your full preload line, 10,000 kips, there's going to be 15,000 kips of weight and reaction on this rig at a 5-foot air gap and 300-foot water depth. And look how far down you go from 45 foot to 65 foot minimum, even with a 5-foot air gap. If you look at 0-foot air gap, see there's hardly a curve there. Buoyancy, you're immediately picking up buoyancy. You're not letting the freight train leave the station, basically. You're holding it at bay. The next one is just a rig type comparison. One is a Mod 2 Freedy and Goldman, and the other is a 116C. And you can see there's a difference in rig types, and that goes back to knowing your rig. So if you know how the rig reacts, then you'll be able to plan better on your operation. Okay, this one compares 0-foot air gap and 5-foot air gap. And you can see 2 curves are way to the left and 2 are way to the right. Stay away from 5-foot air gap if you have any issue with soil. Water depth comparison. The deeper the water depth, the worse the puncture is going to be. Take that into account. Okay, so we did a simulation. This is an actual punch through. Keep an eye on the light. There will be a light that shows up on the right-hand side. I don't know what the lights, if you can see this or not. This is a rig that you're going to start seeing falling off to the port. There's a platform behind it, 22 feet. So, of course, we're not going to hit a platform from 22 feet away, right? That's out to this column, basically, right? So I'm a long way away from this punch through hitting the platform. But let's watch. So if you're watching the light now, you can see the reference point. It's starting to move faster. Now it's picked up quite a bit of speed. And that's a drilling package, derrick, that just twisted, that hit the platform from 22 feet away. And that wasn't the worst punch throughs that we've seen in the industry, that's for sure. But that goes to show you, don't think that just because you're far away from a platform, you're not going to hit it. That's an example, live example. Okay, so the last bit, let's look at what really happens. This is the one that was preliminary soil data, 11 degrees, Southeast Asia. Arabian Gulf, punch through. Southeast Asia, this is rig move number 1 for this rig move, for this rig. And it looks like spaghetti to me instead of a jack-up leg. Rig move number 1. Australia, broken legs. So the point is, with all these different countries, it happens in many places, not in just one place. Mexico, rig loss. Southeast Asia, this was recent. It's a bad situation. In a couple of slides, I'll show you how bad it got. The last one, this was in West Africa. This is a fatality. This rig, unfortunately, someone made a bad decision and they were going to wait overnight at a 10-foot air gap. If you notice, this is a broken leg, but if you look at this sunken hull, look at the leg well. There's no leg left under it. The legs totally broke off from that 10-foot air gap. That's that big curve that I was telling you about. That's how bad it can get, fatality. Okay, so in summary, we had good collaboration success on east and west coast of India, and want to continue that collaboration between contractor and customer. And then on the punch-through side, let's all of us collaborate and make sure that all these different issues that were shown don't happen anymore for any of us. Thank you.
Very nice and in-depth presentation about punch-through. Punch-through is nightmare for any rig crew or the rig contractor. But unlike all the work of rig operation or oil sector, there is no technology or automation to, for preventing punch-through or preventing the consequences or reducing the consequences of the punch-through. Can there be automation or technology used in these cases which can assist the barge master in reducing either chances of punch-through or consequences of punch-through?
So consequences of punch-through. So basically it's down to planning, right? There can be unexpected punch-through. That's the worst. You can't plan around that. And we have seen that even on the west coast of India. And so you have to react when you see trends, right? So fortunately, we had 3 different punch-throughs that were not predicted on the soil data given, but we didn't sustain any damage to those. And now we've changed that. We did our management change, and we've picked up on that trend, and if it's a virgin location, we put the hole in the water in this particular area. So knowing your area, knowing your rig, all that plays into it. But the biggest part that I've seen is mismanagement of planning.
So
right?
my question is related to technology and automation. This is still a total human operation depending upon human wisdom, human competency, past experience, and decision making at that time. Can technology or automation assist in this entire operation?
If there's better technology on obtaining soil data, outside of that, if something's going to go over that quick, there's not going to be much that's going to prevent it. So it's all on the planning and the best data you can get to plan around that punch through.
Thank you. Now, house is open for question.
Yeah, sorry, there's one other thing. It's called Swiss cheese, right? You can actually make a plan if you have a known punch through, and you can drill holes to basically weaken the soil, and you can be proactive at that. It happens rarely, but it can be done. Not so much technology, but it's a technique. All right?
There are so many main problem is that in offshore, once the footprints has been done in any platform, then that type of rigs only can able to move it. So does any technology is available to remove the footprints?
Again, there's techniques. So, very good question. Footprint interaction is a big deal. And again, knowing your rig, knowing what kind of spud can tip you have, knowing what the soil is. If it's, let's say, West Africa, sometimes we have 100-foot penetration. We can overlap a spud can hole anywhere we want because it's like pea soup. It's a really soft soil, no resistance all the way down. You put it where you want. If there's a hard layer somewhere in the middle, it wants to go path of least resistance, right? It wants to go into that old spud can hole. And there's stomping techniques that you can apply, sitting next to the spud can, making a new hole, sitting in between. Basically, there's a long process. But if the platform and surrounding area pipelines allow that repositioning, then it can be done. So knowing the rig type is a very big part of that. And if you have a rig that has maybe a bowl-shaped can instead of a big spud can tip, it's much harder to do that. So rig type and knowing what techniques to use for it are the biggest things that you can do on the footprint interaction.
Okay, so because FNGL can't go with the BMC and BMC can't go with the MLT, something like that. Just an example, just I am telling you.
Well,
they
can.
Yeah.
They can, depending on the soil. Like in West Africa, it would be hard. In West Coast India, it would be hard. Right, you have some harder, sticky clay, and it's really hard to deal with. So I think that's why a lot of the times there's a set distance off of a platform, and there's repeat rigs that go on those locations. Now you can also alternate the heading on the rig by, let's say, 45 degrees and get another footprint if the infrastructure allows. But it's all case by case.
But in that case, I cannot able to approach up to the last row of the well, basically. Sometimes if I'm changing my heading, then very difficult to reach up to the last row. So we have a 3x3 or 4x4 platform. So
yeah, so it possibly could take 2 different rig moves to reach it all, or there's rigs that have 75 up to 100-foot cantilever reach. So there's other potential solutions there, but again, you have to just look and see what will work on that particular platform and the soil. Yeah.
Another question is shallow water, as you are telling that fond mats is good for the score matting, basically, to matting the score, soaring, basically. So we have a good, rather I can say not good experience, even with the fond mat. Our rig is getting slowly deepening the things. It is not taking the load in between while drilling. So what do you advise? Because the fond mat is not exactly giving the good solution for that. Do you have any alternative solution for the scoring?
Currently, there's only a few different options out there. Frond mats, sandbags, and both have shown they have their weaknesses. In the end, when you have a strong current like what you saw, there's not a lot that's going to slow that down completely or stop it completely. The goal is to slow it down, make it manageable. I've seen rigs up in the Gulf of Cambay with the 30-foot tidal range that daily they're scouring about a foot. So anything that we can do to slow down the scour and look at the rig type and add jacking operation to that if we need to, that's the biggest things that we can do on a scour for India. North Sea, there's cobble pads, there's different rock structures you can put, but on softer soil, on areas of high current, it's not going to be feasible for the most part.
Does any soil coring, suppose that I have a soil coring around 20 years before, so does it is to be revised? Or any data bank is there that we have to revise after so many years, so as for again revision on the what penetration we are going to get it?
That's a very good question. It's a very good question, and we use soil data from 20 years ago. The technology hasn't changed significantly. The borehole data, I mean, the soil hasn't changed over that time. So if we have, we have an internal geotechnical engineer, and he would let us know if he had any concern with the quality of the data. And if there was quality concern, then we'll go back to the customer and say, we need new soil data. And if there is no soil data and it's a benign area, then we would consider if we want to preload the rig in the water without soil data or not. And in India, we don't want to do that because of the cyclone, the tropical storm, typhoon risk, right? You need to know what's below you. And the warranty surveyor is not going to approve that. The insurance doesn't want to see that. So in that case, we would be requesting new soil data if there's any concern with it.
So do you think that cyclone is changing the soil coring data or seabed area?
That cyclones would be changing?
Because in the last 3 years, we have had 2 cyclones. So, and we find a lot of problems during the next rig move.
Because a lot of question is there. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Mike. Thank you so much, Mr. Wayne Allen. We would now like to invite on stage Sanjay Kumar Singh to present Mr. Wayne Allen with a memento, please.
That's a great question.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, Mr. Wayne Allen. We would now like to invite on stage Mr. Deepak Agarwal to present a memento to Sanjay Kumar Singh, please. Thank you, gentlemen. With this, we've come to the last session of the evening. For that, we would like to invite our moderator, Vinod Kumar Chaudhary, ED Corporate Infocom, to please join us on the moderator's chair. Our next session is about how automation and digitalization helps in seed, that's safety, efficiency, accuracy, and decarbonization. To talk about seed for the future of drilling tech, we have with us Mr. Jyoti Shekhar Shukla, drilling engineer, Adani Wellspun Exploration Limited. Hailing from Lucknow, Jyoti Shekhar Shukla is a motivated drilling engineer at Adani Wellspun Exploration Limited with a strong background in the field. Jyoti Shekhar earned his Master of Engineering degree with Heriot-Watt University. A CCUS aficionado, Jyoti Shekhar is enthusiastic about applying his skills and knowledge to promote sustainability with safety. To join him on stage, we also have Ms. Shreya Singh, Business Development Lead, Schlumberger. Shreya ventured into the world of oil and gas after graduating with an engineering degree with a specialization in petroleum trade. Several years since then, she leads business development for integrated well construction with the digital and Integrom division at SLB. Over the years, she has garnered the experience in leading Schlumberger digital projects and petroleum engineering suites, dealing with many E&P clients operating across the globe, managing projects with multiple stakeholders and delivering solutions through effective technical collaboration. She also leads the university relations for Schlumberger for India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, fostering the Industry Academia Connect. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for them.
Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and warm regards to the distinguished guests of honor, IADC fellow members, and our friends. I am Shreya Singh, and I'm joined by Jyoti Shekhar here. Interestingly, we are not here in our corporate responsibilities alone. We are here to champion the voice of the IADC Young Professionals Committee. Before we begin, we would like to ask our veterans, how was it when they started the drilling operations or when they ventured into the industry? And would you say that things have changed in the last 20, 30 years? Any comments from the audience?
Sure.
Can we have the mic, please?
there's a steep change. There's an immersive technology that has come to us. And this is an important question to ask because this is exactly the theme of what we are here to talk about. When we were talking about presenting something from the Young Professionals Committee, this was exactly what was asked to us by Prasad sir, that what is going to be the future of the drilling industry in the next 30, 40 years. So here in the next 15 minutes, what we're talking about is the future, but we're talking about it now. And this becomes increasingly important to discuss because as we continue to compete in an environment which is economically, politically, geographically transitioning so fast, the industry is going through a series of battle, and we would say that there are three-sided demons that we need to balance here. The first one being that the cost of lifting per barrel needs to come down. There is immense pressure on increasing revenues and profits. At the same time, exponentially reducing the carbon footprint every time we are finding and lifting the crude. And there's yet another one, which is where we become more and more relevant as young professionals, which is the generational handover in the E&P industry. So to tackle these three-sided demons, what we're talking about is to drill smarter, sustainable, and sooner so that we become relevant as an industry. And this is why we feel that as young professionals, if we plant the seed today, we would earn the benefits and the fruitful results in future. Which brings us to the seed here, which is about safety, efficiency, accuracy, yet a decarbonized future. And how we want to tackle this is with a trio technology with digitalization, automation, and decarbonization. What we're going to take you through is the journey that we have taken so far from our veterans, and so as to say that there's almost an equivalent journey that we need to travel today as young professionals into the next 30, 40 years. So we started essentially with human operations when we were trying to learn and understand how things were going on. We graduated and we came with the next step, which was assisted operation, wherein we started bringing in solutions, wherein data started flowing in, and we started using the analysis to carry out decision making. But we did not stop there as an industry. We next graduated into automation. We started making operations efficient and accurate by bringing in redundant tasks that could be automated. But to say that if this is where we stop or this is where we are at the moment as an industry, that would be not correct. So what we're doing now is that automation was a low-lying fruit or an immediate fruit that the industry could take up, but we need to move forward, and automation alone would not suffice. We are now starting to talk about autonomous. So as YP, what we're trying to say is that from automation to autonomous is going to be our next 30, 40 years. When I talk about autonomy, what I'm trying to say is having an intelligent, self-dependent mechanism that can take decisions on its own in not just single or simple environments, but in complex environments. And the first step to that is going to be single workflow autonomy. We know that there are several workflows that are now available at the rigger's disposal to carry out operations, wherein they still act in the capacity of just alarms, faults, or triggers. We're talking about autonomy in a way wherein they can take decisions without human intervention. We make it more complicated when we take it into a complex environment and we talk about orchestrated autonomy. Here, we are talking about carrying out operations without absolutely no human intervention. And once all of this comes together, the idea is to have full autonomy. So this is all that I have to say on digitalization and automation and autonomy, but I would not close here. To say that we would stop at full autonomy is not right. What we're trying to do is that we would utilize, learn, adapt, and use all of these lessons in coping up with challenges. There's one more comment that I want to say, because we almost debate about human intervention and autonomy replacing each other, or whether it's going to be an either-or situation. I want to close it with a comment about how my body is also breathing at the same time, and my heart is also racing as we're giving this presentation, but they're both happening at the same time. Likewise, autonomy and human operations can continue at the same time, hand in hand, leading us to safe, efficient, and wiser decisions. While we've tackled two of the major challenges that we were talking about, which were to increase the efficiency in the operations and to make the workforce relevant, I would now hand over to Jyoti Shekhar to talk about how to make the operations more sustainable. Over to you.
So we have been talking about energy transition the whole day, basically. The first session started with energy transition, and now the last session as well. So when we talk about energy transition, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Electrification, cut down on emissions, then integration with unconventional energy sources. It is synonymous to all of us right now because it is the need of the hour. Right now, what we need is energy transition. Why? Comes from IPCC, their report, UN trying to cut down on exploitation of oil and gas, and it is on us to be energy efficient and cut down on emissions and be environment friendly for our generations to come. When I talk about energy transition, I start with digitalization with renewable energy integration. So basically, when we talk about digitalization and renewable energy integration, we can do it in these ways. With my limited knowledge, this is what I've come up. So when we talk about digitalization and renewable energy integration, hybrid power systems with increasing efficiency using data analytics. Right now, we are running on diesel engines. What we can do is involve electrification from shore. We can talk about stored energy systems, and we can talk about selective catalytic reductions to cut down on emissions. This gets to us a hybrid power system. Then we talk about integration of renewable energy sources. When we're drilling offshore or onshore even, we can actually integrate solar power and wind power to generate electricity for our drilling machines. Then inclusion of IoT technologies to optimize emissions. IoT is a great instrument if integrated properly. We can optimize when do we need to use all the power that we have, or when we need to cut down on the power. Like when we are drilling, we need all our generators to run. Like when we are pulling out, maybe then we should optimize our power usage. So that is where we can actually integrate IoT and optimize our power generation. Next, please. Moving on, the next thing that we're talking about is sustainable sourcing and materials. Right now, as a drilling engineer, what we focus on oil rigs, and yeah, that's about it. But it's not just that. It's about the whole ecosystem that we're dealing with. It's about vessels, it's about onshore transportation, it's about aircraft transportation. All of that is in one envelope. So if we talk about that, we're focusing on E and S part of this smart supply chains to focus mainly on cutting down on emissions in every aspect of it. We talk about sourcing material, we should try to get our material from local vendors as much as possible. I know that there can be situations where the material cannot be sourced easily, or there is a scarcity of the material in your particular environment where you need to get it from somewhere else. But there can be things when we can actually integrate these two parts together. Then moving on, we're talking about developing resources with zero waste. Zero waste, there's an instance from an OFS company where they have developed something which is single use. Basically, that's what I've come across. It's a mud system where you can actually open up the sack, mix with brine, and you can start drilling. That is just optimizing how you're using your mud and everything. Moving on, efficient planning and optimization for all associated services will definitely reduce on overall carbon footprint. The next thing we have is cutting down on emissions, methane emissions. Not just methane, we can talk about nitrogen emissions, we can talk about carbon emissions. This can be done using digital twin technology. The reason why I'm stating this is because this has happened somewhere in the western part of the world, where they have actually onshore mapped the whole facility with using drones and 3D imaging, and they have highlighted the hotspots for emissions, and they've tried to optimize and cut down on emissions on those particular areas. Then once you've identified your emissions and you've highlighted your hotspots, you can draft a mitigation action plan, and you can install new technology to upgrade that. Moving on, the last thing that I would like to focus is collaborative carbon neutral approach. We as an industry together need to come together and grow together, right? So to grow together, we need to create a circular economy where one man's trash is another man's treasure. So basically, using efficient resource management, that is what I have come up with. We can have a portal where everybody can, put down their requests, or just a barter system kind of situation where we can actually exchange our materials and everything. The other thing is that integrating CCUS and green hydrogen technologies. When I talk about CCUS, I'm talking about, as drilling companies, we don't generally do CCUS, right? We can actually partner with other operators, and we can partner with other agencies where we can actually invest in doing the CCUS part of it. Also, when in the presentation earlier, I heard the lady was talking about the rigs going into refurbishment, right? They're going to get upgraded. So basically, upgrading those rigs to be integrated with carbon neutral and carbon emission cut down technology, and to be able to drill carbon sequestration wells. That technology, if it is integrated into the rig system itself, will make them robust for the future. And the last thing that I'll focus on is modulation. We take one step at a time. We divide our operations into different sections, and with each section, we take a bottom-top approach, where we make one particular section completely carbon neutral, and same with the other, so that we can build the whole ecosystem as a carbon neutral ecosystem, right? So moving on, these are the four things that I would like to talk about, that I had to talk about, which include my presentation with the summary, where digitalization and automation, energy transition together can sow the seed for the future, and we'll have a fruitful future later.
Thank you. So this was our take as the IADC YP committee on behalf of them. So with 5.5 minutes to spare, I would like to invite the IADC YP committee members on this stage, please. This is because a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single seed. And we would not be able to track this in the next 30, 40 years without the support of the industry. So the IADC YP members, if you're present here, could you please be on the stage? Yes, so we can hear you.
And very futuristic, let me say, last but not the least. Shreya, you have talked about the digitalization, automation, and then, finally, complete automation, like, So, and then eventually, you go for all these things, then you realize, and these actions, these drive the efficiency and accuracy and safety in operations. That's a great thing to hear. It's happening. Even Shekhar talked about the hybrid power system. Batteries are taking over the diesel power packs on the rigs. My question to a small question to you: what you see that taking the it's a transformative journey, like you initially asked, what happened, what transformation has happened in the last 3 decades. So it has been a great transformation, and even today, as you already said, that it's a transformative journey. So what do you see that, how do you visualize like this energy need and sustainability will go in tandem, in hand, and that too they will coexist harmoniously? What is your view on that?
As the biggest energy consumer, sir, I still think that we would remain relevant. And at the same time, the industry is also taking into alternative sources. So the energy is going to be here, and we would still be a part of the industry. So I think that to comment on the future would be something also interesting for us to explore, but I still think that we would be relevant.
That's great. That's great. We are relevant. In fact, there is a paucity of time. I'll ask one question to Jyoti Shekhar, and before I pass it on to the audience. Jyoti, you said IoT, application IoT for reducing emissions. Any practical insight into it, just for my understanding? Yeah.
Which I can share you the paper with. Share you the paper. The paper said that they have developed something as a digital twin, where they have installed devices, and that those devices record emissions and they record data there. So once they hit a certain mark, they shut it down. The system gets shut down. So that thing is already in place.
Oh, that's great. So another question from me is, something you talked about, collaborative carbon, collaborative carbon sort of thing you said, no? Something?
I talk about collaboration to reduce
carbon emissions, right? Yeah. Any insight on that? Just a bit of it. You can touch upon that.
Let's say there is.
What is the concept like?
So when I talk about collaborative carbon emissions reduction, it's basically working together when, let's say, we're working in the Western offshore and we have different platforms in like not so far locations. We can plan our sorties accordingly so that we can actually use one particular aircraft to travel. That is one thing that we can look at. Then other than that, when I talk about collaboration in terms of CCUS, we are talking about investing into CCUS.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, got it. So thank you very much, and my best compliments to both of you and the entire young professionals. I pass it on to audience now. Any question from your side, please?
Hello. Thank you for the excellent presentation and touching the cutting edge of technology. I don't have a question. I have a suggestion. It's just a brainwave I had sitting here. Like everyone is using ChatGPT, like large language model or generative AI. So can't we have a same thing like for the drilling in collaboration with Iadc? The young team can develop a ChatGPT type of things totally dedicated to drilling. All the data, all the manuals, all the safety things.
Definitely, sir. We can actually look upon that.
That can be a project for the young team, I think. Thank you.
Definitely. I guess that's all. I would like to call VV Prasad, sir, because it's under his guidance that we are here today presenting. So, sir, if we could have a few words from you. Sir, IDC YP.
I think the the session is ended and she has come to told that the session is completed. But they are asking to speak. I am in doubt what to speak or what not to speak. Anyhow, thank you. And how you have felt?
Sir, it's supposed to be my first professional presentation. So
like in the sense,
that's actually empowering to me.
When we have brought young professionals as Mr. Mike is observing, here we are looking not at you, we are looking at future, entrepreneurs or future industrial domain experts. So what takeaway you had through this presentation?
We can actually envision the future. Sir, we went through a lot of study material to present this. We've thought so much, we've broadened our horizons to select what we are presenting here. So I guess it's an eye-opener for us also, so that we can actually look beyond what is presented to us right now.
So it's very, very good. I think you have few questions from the audience, and I think our moderator Saab, Mr. Chaudhary Saab also asked you, and Ajay Sharma ji has also asked you. So I am looking at further, like in the ESG, what are your, where you are looking at? And what is the way forward for the drilling industry, where you are looking at?
Way forward in terms of ESG? I didn't get your question, sir.
No, like in the sense, he has already asked 2 questions, I think, no? So in the ESG, like if you are looking at the ESG norms, or
so drilling industry can actually contribute towards ESG a whole lot, because improving, we as a part of the energy industry, we produce the most energy right now.
Now, what responsibility industry is having to future sustenance?
So, to answer your question, sir, we as part of the energy industry, sir, we can actually focus on doing restoration. There is one thing that has come to my mind just now, that we have old platforms and old drilling rigs. We can actually create artificial coral reefs. That is one part that we can, promote the offshore environment. We can actually sustain that offshore environment there. Then we talk about cutting down on emissions. We talk about a circular economy, zero waste. All those things can be incorporated together, and that's where I see the future.
So thank you very much. And for the house information, like when we are thought of young professionals, we are not just thought of having a presentation from them. We want to inculcate a way forward and a future direction, which a seed has to be put into their thought pattern, so that the industry will have a direction where we'll go. If you are looking at the overall industry, where we are lacking from the drilling industry, we are not focused on the ESG and emissions and the commitments toward the ESG. So that's where we are looking at, and the energy optimization we are not thought of. If you are looking at that, now we are drilling and we are exploring for the energy, and out of that 40 and 45% of the energy we are consuming. So how if you are looking at the energy balance of the energy equation, we have to optimize. That's where we are asked them, and I think they have done their good job. A lot of applause are needed from them. Thank you.
Mr. Prasad. Mr. Prasad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasad.
Yeah, I got a simple, Mr. Prasad, one thing, I was talking to the YP team there, and they had requested that as we have in an Iadc Sca chapter, we got 55 companies who are participating. I think to promote this YP group, I would request and encourage each company who's sitting in this room there, have your young engineer be part of this YP so they can grow up, and after 30, 40 years, they will be sitting over here like Stalwart sitting over here, and they will talk about what happened 30 years back. So it's a request, and a request to everyone there to please nominate, have a member from your company there, young engineers, to join the YP team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would now like to invite Mr. Vinod Kumar Chaudhary to present memento to our presenters. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, yes. Could we have another memento, please? Could we have another memento, please, for the gentlemen? Thank you so much, presenters. We would now like to call on stage John Abraham to present a memento to Vinod Kumar Chaudhary, please. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful day we've had with some very good technical presentations and thought-provoking panel discussion as well. Let me tell you, tomorrow we have a very enlightening discussion, a panel discussion, followed by some more technical presentation. So please be there and join us for the same. Do not forget, a reminder once again, e-posters showcasing some technical presentations are displayed at the Malabar. We request you to kindly visit it. It's right adjacent to the pre-function area. We also have a history wall on display at the pre-function area. Please do join us for networking and a cultural event, followed by gala dinner. Thank you so much. What a wonderful day it was indeed. Thank you. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock, please. Thank you.
बाहेर गिफ्टचे वगैरे फोटो घ्यायचे आहेत तुम्हाला काय घ्यायची आहे गिफ्ट एवढी मोठी बॅग देत आहे
काय बोलतात घ्यायला पाहिजे तिथं घ्यायला पाहिजे आतापासून गिफ्ट देतात गिफ्ट देतात त्यांना
पहिलाच घेऊन ठेवलं
आणि देताना घेतलं का ते
देताना आधी द्यायला चालू काय बोलतो ऑपरेटर काय दौडे